was using our Anishinaabe cultural teachings to help the people that using the system to help the people work through the problems that the legal system. It's really amazing how Anishinaabe spirituality really helps people in those those serious type of situation, serious charges, I guess, when they encounter the justice system, and finding alternative ways instead of incarceration. I'm really glad that we're here today to get together and talk about to learn some more. And I want to also say that I appreciate being here too. That I am going to be learning things too, being here. When I was a young person, when I started working with people, I worked with in mental health and trying child welfare, working with child welfare and mental health. We were trying to help families repatriate children who had been taken away from CAS. And it was a difficult time, difficult situation. It was difficult because the systems, the way they're set up back, they don't work for Anishinaabe. Every system, and I've since then I've also discovered that almost every single law, the whole structure, Canadian structure, it's intended to take away all our power, all our structures. Mi shwe gaji nako nigeotem tigujuken. Mi shwe mi mao nagenda kikokwe wichi tiswing. We anako nigeon tiguju nako nigeon. Kanigeon sago utapinan utona ki nako niget nieshu utapinan Anishinaabe ukashki uun. Our ability to work for ourselves, work with our own systems. And I've seen that. Kaakewaaseya gamigong maing sulaka de. Mi no ima bandaman yue. Nako nigeon kanigegon maje ejogwe. Pigo na moat Anishinaabe kasho wichit sete. Isko we ge no gina matabian. Apajing ji kandan magi pishan. Miigwetch kandan we no we ga wish chaganyam kawi quest kawi wichit swing Anishinaabe ga wichi hawacha kagi tukonagani wat ka we justice kajigate. I just want to say that during the times that when I was struggling with my own work, one of the things that my mother told me, each one of us. Kimush stoen. We chak, we gagi, kaunjabin kagiunje sick mama ni to marking gig. Kispend the shweweni nanagatandaman, weweni gegunga nanagatandamatog genuk, weweni. Ke weweni chineni mato, I get chiminweni mato, so feel good about them. Ige we nikoke kitan kiun whatever it is that you want to do with them. Koyakigo, chitota uta gigoban. Manito tashiga ganatamak gig. Anishna kangegon ayamagisnon. Manito zagi uan maoche shkoimagak. Kangegon tamasto sin manito zagi gig. And so I've always carried that teaching in all the things that I work, and I want to share that as all the time now when I'm at this point in my life too. When I was a young helper, I was struggling with this in the child welfare system, and the family was really having a hard time, and they they pushed me away. They rejected me, this family that I was trying to help. And so I asked my mother, some advice as to how I could help this family. And so she said to me, Creator gave us 3 gifts, each one of us. He said He gave us a mind, our feelings, and our intentions, our purpose. And she said, Kuya kabaj tunye kagi minik manitunge. Think good thoughts about the people that you're working with, and feel good about them, and then also have good intentions. And so I worked with my supervisor at the time, and I told him that advice. So he looked at all my case notes, my work, and he said that in the intention part of that advice I see as good, because your notes show that your case notes show that you are doing good work with them, So what he told me, okay, so what are your thoughts about them? I think I think this family is a really nice, good family. They have strong strength and stuff like that. And then, so how do you feel about them? And I said, I feel good about them most of the time. I said, no, the thing about that I feel bad with is the alcohol. They started drinking again, and I'm trying to prevent the children from being taken away. And it had to do with the alcohol. And so he asked me, why do you have a problem with the alcohol, their alcohol? And he said to me, and I said, well, it's because my own family, even my own family, there's alcoholism in my family, I said. And so that's affecting me as my own issue with alcohol was affecting the way I was working with that family. So he he talked to me a bit more about the history of our people. And he said, did your father go to residential school? And I said, yes. And you went to residential school, right? And I said, yes, that's right. I said, so all the historical traumas that your father had and you had, kind of affects how you deal with your situation. And it's the same thing with this family that you're working with. They went to residential school, and their kids, they were, CIS happened to be right there, and that's how their children got taken away. In a way, you're lucky that you didn't get taken away because you guys were back in the bush. We lived up in Laxol, out on the lake, and so it's so when I thought about that, and I said, yeah, and I felt a lot. I had to reframe the way I thought about my about the family. Because I had to work through my own bias about alcoholism, and how, and I had to realize that people were using alcohol to numb their pain and the trauma. Later on, I also found out that my father was sexually abused in residential school in the 1940s, and that's when I realized that's why my father was alcoholic. he was like a binge drinker. He would drink for a while and then he'd stop. And he'd be okay for several months, and then all of a sudden he'd start drinking again. And as a helper and as I've worked with people for this many years, I began to realize that he was suffering from PTSD, and complicated, and he was dealing with those issues from when he was a child. When he told me before he passed away, he told me he regretted that he didn't get a chance to teach me things, or to take me hunting and hunting and trapping and all those land-based activities. And I said, well, you taught me how to fish. I said, you took me out every day to get the nets, and you showed me how to gut the fish and pack them and everything. I know how to take care of the fish. I said, and at least you taught me that. Plus you also told me, I said, to get an education because no longer could I survive on the land like the way I was able to. And so I told him, but you told me, don't ever forget you're in Schnabe, he said. And so, as I was growing up as a teenager and I was in high school, I began to think about what is it about myself that's different from any other Canadian, And I realized it's my language, my spirituality that they do not have. And so that's what I kept, and that's what I pursued, I kept my language. I tried to keep my language. And I also pursued my Anishinaabe spirituality. I was also lucky to have a great uncle, grandfather, who also encouraged me to follow Anishinaabe way. They're not going to be happy that you're trying to follow the Anishinaabe way, the ones that have been converted, Christianized. But don't worry about that, he said. Just keep doing that. So I believe that one of the things that we have to do, I guess, is encourage our Anishinaabe spirituality when we work with our people. 7 grandfather teachings and all those awesome stuff we have in Anishinaabe. Anishinaabe spirituality, culture. So I don't want to keep you too long, so I just wanted to share a little bit like that. And Miigwetch, Miigwetch.
Miigwetch. Next we have our Ugijata Francis Kavanagh for a few opening remarks.
Miigwetch, Kelly. Miigwetch, Tom. Miigwetch. Miigwetch hege nagogoya. Koe maen som kamige nang digo. Not kamego aning beonja namendo tem. Miigwetch endam. Mag paguseni mego an bangi chibi. Bagit naman yego. Kes kago kwechi mego chinago. Ngoete maenge nindagi aing not komego aning promote shit national chief today. Ita she ma not ma gikchina and dan chibi vita bemenago kachina. I just want to say Miigwetch to Tom for his opening. Also want to acknowledge the presence of the Whitefish Bay singers here with us, and I don't want to make light of their situation, but I'm going across the road here and order some drumsticks from KFC. So Anyways, I've seen this happen before. You know, I was at a small gathering one time at the Miigwetch Treatment Center in Kenora. That was back in the day when one of our elders, Doug Skeed, was still alive. They had a similar situation. They forgot their drumsticks, but they quickly rummaged around the kitchen area of the center, and they used wooden spoons and forks to sing their songs. Anyways, Miigwetch, for everyone that's here today, I truly I'm glad I could make it here to do some opening remarks on your gathering. I have some prepared comments I wanted to make. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the invitation to be here this morning. It's always good to see both in person and online. It's an exciting time for Kaakewaaseya Justice Department. Just this past Monday, I attended the opening of the Kenora Justice Center. I am sure that many of you have contributed to that major leap forward for our justice services in Treaty 3. It is clear to our government partners now that the current approaches to justice are simply not working. This makes it critical for us to show how our restorative and culturally relevant approaches are the way of the future in Treaty 3. To meet this need, our Justice Department at the Grand Council has expanded quickly over the past few years. I am always happy to see all the positive changes being made by our staff through the partnerships they build with our service providers and community workers. For all those frontline workers that join us today, I applaud all your hard work you do on behalf of our communities and our nation. I know that at times, especially over the past 3 years of pandemic, it may seem like the problems we face are impossible to solve. But I am confident that when we come together like we are here today, that we can find the solutions that will make our community safer, happier, healthier place to live. I very much look forward to hearing some of the ideas generated today, and I hope everyone has a wonderful and productive couple of days here. With that, Miigwetch, and I'm not able to stay long. I'll probably leave by 10:30 or 11. I have another commitment in Kenora at 2 o'clock. So with that, Miigwetch for the invite to be here. Aha, Miigwetch.
Miigwetch. Well, I'd hoped this time would be used so we could be listening to the drum and change of plans. So I'd like to introduce you to a couple of our bail members here, bail team, and let them introduce themselves and say a little bit about who they are and what they do, and talk slow.
Pujo Kelly. Ogema Egabo, Indigenous cause. Pretty slow. Unagaming Donji, Wasi Do Dem. My name is Larry Indian. I'm with Bail Supervision out of Fort Francis. I've been doing that job for almost 3.5 years. I've been working in the justice sector for 45 years now. Miigwetch. Yeah, you want me to talk some more?
What do you like best about your job, Larry? And our next worker is Eagle White, who works from the Kenora office. I'll let Eagle explain himself.
Buju, Gijian Kod Indigenous Moose Dudam, Kumigwaninginduji. My name is Eagle White. I'm part of the Moose clan. I'm from Whitefish Bay First Nation. I am the Indigenous Bell supervision worker, and I work in Kenora area. And I've been with Grand Council for about 5 years now. Before Bell work, I was the youth reintegration worker in my community, Miigwetch. I've been working with Bell, with Kelly, for about 3.5 years, 3.5 to 4 years. And I oversee the surrounding communities around Kenora, like Grassy, Shoal Lake, Whitefish Bay, did I say Shoal Lake? Yeah, just a little about what I do at Grand Council and who I am. Miigwetch.
Hello. Online, we have Emily Hyatt. Emily, if you'd like to unmute yourself and put your video on and let us know who you are.
Good morning. Yeah.
There you are.
Hi. I'm Em. I work with this. Pretty much do the same thing. Half male, half diversion. So, yeah, that's me.
He's fixing this sound. Oh, was her. Did we lose Emily? All right, well, while we're having a few moments, there's some coffee and some snacks at the back here for people to enjoy. We also have a photo booth back here, so jump in and make some crazy poses. Okay, while we wait for Emily, Mr. Miigwetch has just arrived from Lac Seul. He's giving me the "why are you rushing me" look. That's how we work in Bale. Fast, fast, fast. All right, Bobby, you can introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Good morning. My name is Bobby Miigwetch, and I'm from Lac Seul. I guess I'll just walk around the building here and ski. So anyways, yeah, I just came from Lac Seul. I took the back road. That's how we travel. The back road was one lane, so I had to stay on the road. Otherwise, I'd be in a ditch. I would be stuck out there for hours, I guess. But no worries. I got firewood. Oh, right here. I got an axe, matches, and everything. I could survive out there. And it is my background, my, what do you call it, backyard, I guess. So I kind of familiar with the territory. So anyways, I do bail supervision work and / restorative justice. So I cover Lac Seul. I don't know if you're aware, but Lac Seul has 3 communities: Whitefish Bay, Kaakewaaseya Bay, and Frenchman's Head. And the reason it has 3 communities is historically Lac Seul had seven clans. So when the government made Lac Seul, when they designated a reserve, we had these 7 clans. And Frenchman's Head was actually a different reserve. But all of a sudden, they just kind of told us, oh, I guess they're all one reserve now. And most of the time, we get along, but not too often. So there's a lot of crime, eh? So I do bail supervision work, and right now, mainly my focus is into restorative justice. There seems to be a high need for that in the community. What else? What else can I say about myself? I'm married. So, I guess that's, I don't know much more else to say. Oh, there's Sherry.
All right, Miigwetch, Bobby. Did we get Emily back online? Or Barry Henry? Barry, if you're online, if you could unvideo yourself and unmute yourself and introduce yourself, please? Or I won't be approving your timesheet. So our bail program started in Grand Council Treaty 3 in 2018. And as a call to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in custody. Oh, geez, there I am. I was hoping to stand back here and avoid that. So we work with people in the Treaty 3, our 28 area communities, to assist them with getting out of custody. We provide referrals to our service providers who you're going to be meeting over the next 2 days. We work with various treatment centers around the area, and Treaty 3 definitely needs a long-term treatment center, land-based activities, culturally appropriate, and we need it really bad. I enjoy working with people to help them start their healing journey. I don't know if it's my who I am, but I can make a connection with the people that I work with, find a common ground, and then we can go from there. And that common ground is basically just love, respect. We can't do what we do if we don't have a love for the people. And that love starts with ourselves. If we don't have love for ourselves, we have no way to let other people love us or even the ability to love anybody else. So it starts with self-love. And then from there we go to self-forgiveness, because you have to start forgiving yourself for the things that have been done to you, the things you've done to other people, and you have to start here. And once we start that forgiveness, miracles can happen. People can change. I've seen it. You're going to hear about it in a few minutes. So did we get Barry online, or Emily back? Emily's ready? Okay, Emily has just joined us from Fort Francis. She's been with us just a short amount of time, but she's picked up on how we do things really fast. So this afternoon we're going to have a Family Feud themed game. People online can join us, and people can get picked here from randomly to play 5 and 5. We have a guest host who will be running that. So the theme of it's going to be a bail theme, Family Feud game, because at bail you have to think fast on your feet. You gotta roll. You gotta go. Someone needs to get released. Do they have an address to go to? Who's going to pick them up? Who's going to drive them there? All these things just happen so fast, and that's going to be what Family Feud's going to show you, is how we think on our feet. And then tomorrow we're going to have a Jeopardy-style game in the afternoon, where we can kind of slow things down because we know now what we're doing, and we can answer those questions in a bit of a more confident manner because we know more. So please sign up, register, get your names in for those for the games. There's going to be prizes. There's also going to be an evening session here where we're going to have 2 guest speakers. So welcome to that. It's open to the public to come up here in the Sunset Room at the Best Western Hotel. We're going to be hearing from William Walmsley and Logan Scott. Emily ready, or am I taking up all her time?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, there you go.
I was actually just in bail court on my other computer, which is probably why there was feedback. My name's Emily. I work out of Fort Francis with Larry. And like Kelly said, I've only been here for 5 months, but I'm loving it. I love getting to help people and build connections with clients. Yeah, that's me. Hope everyone can actually hear me this time.
That's all you got for us?
Oh my God, what else do you want to know?
What are some of the challenges you face in your job? Besides working with me.
Oh, I think like the distance and location of being able to service some of the people that we work with. There's a pretty far distance between communities, so like Lac LaCroix, Big Island. So there's a lot of travel time, but it's a good time to get people to chat with you when they're stuck in a car with you for 2 hours. Can't really escape them.
Oh, I know. I love playing the 80s on loud when they've acted up and they have to come back home with me.
Yep.
All right. So we used to have another worker with us. Her was Shauna. Barry. Barry Henry is a transporting client this morning, so he won't be able to talk with us. But just a little bit about Barry. He's the kind of guy you can call at the last minute for a transportation ride, and he's at the jail. He's got the guy there ready to go, or female. He's does supervision in Wapsamu, he's a White Dog, and he travels all over the place to help clients. He takes them to treatment, helps us in so many ways with his clients as well. We had Shauna Levesque-Fadden was with us. She's switched over to a new program now, so I will. Hard to let her go, but she's going to run her new program very well. So I'll just let her speak to that for a few moments.
If they didn't forget their drumsticks. Right? Yeah. I think I'm going to make some drumsticks. My name is Shauna Fadden, and I've been with Grand Council for 2 years this month, actually. I started in the bail supervision program, and recently I've moved over to a new program too, Treaty 3, which is the community corrections worker. So I'm just learning how to begin that program, and I don't know, that's all I got.
What you think tonight?
Yeah, we are also holding an open forum tonight for the public with some guest speakers. If anybody wants to join us, they're more than welcome to join us. We'll start at 6 tonight.
Okay. I'm not keeping a colonial clock here, so where are we at? It is 10 bills. We have any questions or anybody have any comments online or anything? No? All right. Okay. If nobody asks a question, I will start to sing. Just kidding. Just kidding. I won't do that to you. So I'm not sure if Sherry Kaakewaaseya, did I say that right? If you're ready to do a presentation right now for us. Sherry is from Matthew Law, that's in Thunder Bay, I believe. And she's going to give us her presentation here. Miigwetch.
So, is this the culture they didn't show me?
Is this for the slides?
Okay, perfect.
Ani Bojo, Nim Kikwa Indigenous, Ondak Omni Conning First Nation in Dunjaba, which is on Manitoulin Island, Makwadodam. My name is Sherry Kaakewaaseya, but I go by Nim Kikwa. Even in the courts, I am a criminal defense lawyer, but I also do human rights as well as Aboriginal law. I also teach Aboriginal law to the second-year law students at the Boer-Alaskan Faculty of Law in Thunder Bay. So I'm going to talk about bail hearings, and I'm going to go through it from mostly a defense perspective, what we do, and maybe that'll give you guys an idea of maybe what is needed for the accused once they're in the court. So everyone who is charged with an offense is entitled to a bail hearing. At the bail hearing, the Crown may seek detention for the following reasons. Primary Primary grounds, and that's to ensure that an accused attends court. Secondary grounds, and that's to prevent the accused from committing further offenses or threatening witnesses. And the tertiary grounds. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this because I'm going to give you guys a sample of my submissions that I usually make with clients when they come into the court system and I do their bail hearing. So the tertiary grounds is to maintain public confidence in the administration of justice. So Section 11C of the Charter and Section 515 of the Criminal Code gives those who have been charged the right to be released on reasonable bail unless the Crown is able to provide adequate reasons to the Justice of the Peace on why detention would be appropriate. So orders that a Justice of the Peace can make. So a Justice of the Peace can detain an accused after a bail hearing, whereby the accused will stay in custody until the conclusion of their trial. However, if you believe, as defense, if we believe that the Justice of the Peace made an error in his or her findings, we can request a bail review. So even if the accused does not get out on after their bail hearing, you can. A lot of times, there's always a reason to do a bail review, which is basically one of them that I find is. The plan may have been inadequate at the bail hearing, so you may have an upgraded plan, which would include like a surety with house arrest, where initially you were doing a surety with a curfew or something like that. And then at the same time, the Justice of the Peace can make an order that the accused abstain from contacting any victims, any witnesses in their matter. So when Justice of the Peace order release of the accused, they will release them on the following forms. The first one is an undertaking, and undertaking may include any number of conditions, and this form of release is not available for accused who live 200 meters outside the jurisdiction of where the offense occurred and where they were charged. As well, it's not available for those obviously who live outside of the province. A recognizance, number 2, recognizance without cash or surety. So this release order may have a number of conditions and must have a cash amount, and that doesn't have to be paid. It can be a promise to the court, so you would have to find out from the accused what kind of financial situation they're in. And I find a lot of people who are in the justice system are vulnerable people. And they don't have a lot of money, so I always advocate for the lowest amount for that cash release. But you can also have a promise to the court, so they would say, well, I have a vehicle, I can promise $200 to the court. So as their lawyer, I would make that argument for them. Because the Crowns are always going to want to come up early with, like, we want $500, we want $1,000. Well, I hate to say this, but, you know, as Indigenous people, we don't have I don't have $500, $1,000 just lying around for stuff like that. So I always make the arguments for a lowered cash release. Even for the surety. So you could have the accused gives a cash deposit, or the surety would give a cash deposit or a promise to the court. And the third one is a recognizance with cash. So the accused must at this point deposit an amount, and like I said, as long as it's an amount that would not cause undue hardship, that's the argument I make, to be released. And this form of release will also have conditions. And lastly, recognizance with surety. So this involves someone coming to the court and promising to supervise the accused while they're in the community. Usually the accused lives with the surety, but this doesn't always have to occur. What happens is you can have a surety who lives somewhere else, and that accused will live somewhere else, but that person promises to supervise them, make sure they follow their conditions. And I guess that would be the same as the bail supervision program. Obviously, they don't live with you, so you would have to just kind of supervise and make sure they're following their conditions. So the surety, in this case, also promises or pays an amount into the court to facilitate the release of that accused. If the accused breaches those conditions, does not follow those conditions of release, which I'm sure you know from the bail supervision program, unfortunately, you'd have to call the police or call the court and let them know you can no longer supervise, or if in the case of a surety, you no longer want to be the surety. That way you don't lose that money that you've either deposited to the court or the financial promise you've made. But I know in Thunder Bay, the bail supervision program, which is John Howard Society, is generally right away. Like if that person doesn't follow a condition, they'll call the police right away. And then I always say to the accused too, I'm like, you know what, if you're not following those conditions, and this person and these people are helping you, like the surety or bail supervision program, you're being disrespectful to them because they're helping you to remain in the community. So the Justice of the Peace should also release the accused on the lease owner's form of release. In regard to murder, yeah, I thought I was a little behind here. That's me at my call to the bar. Just gratuitous picture of myself. That was actually my call to the bar in Ottawa. And you're supposed to ask the Law Society if you can wear your regalia or wear something different. I didn't. I'm always like, do it and then ask for forgiveness later. So I wore it and nobody stopped me. They just don't stop you, right? I went into the back, I signed the rolls, I wore my regalia, I was very proud to wear it. And only unfortunately is I dropped my feather. So I had to gift it away. Those are my teachings. You drop it, I have to gift it. It was no longer meant for me anymore. So I'm still quite sad about that, but I did give it to Overhead Marketing. The elders were there and they did a ceremony and I gifted it to Overhead Marketing. Okay, so going back here to murder. So justices of the peace who preside over bail hearings do not have jurisdiction to release people who are charged with murder. The Justice of the Peace will refer that matter to a judge's court. So Superior Court judges can release adults charged with murder, and youth court judges can release youth who have been charged with murder as well, obviously after a bail hearing. So I'll just stop there for now. I meant to stop at the last slide if anybody has any questions before I go on, online or here, about any of this. If not, I'm going to just keep going. Okay, so why is bail so important? So bail is really important because people will lose their employment, there's separation from family and community, there's the prolonged time spent in remand and custody, loss of opportunities for education, perhaps that accused is in school, they have an opportunity to go to treatment, but if they're in jail, obviously none of this can happen. And it's also the path to plead not guilty. Unfortunately, I believe the statistics are really high. Where a person's not released, they're way more likely to plead guilty, and that's what I find as well, which I hate. Because sometimes it is hard to get somebody out, and at that point, the Crowns will give them a really sweet resolve, and they'll be like, all right, 60 days, and this person's stuck in custody. They're going to take that 60 days, and they're going to plead guilty. Every time they do that, that's on their criminal record, and it just gets harder and harder on them as far as employment, as far as a release if they end up being back in the justice system again. So in regard to bail, sort of a timeline, the accused will call counsel from the police station as they receive what's called the rights to counsel. So they call one of the lawyers, and we usually just advise them, don't give any statements, put your head down if you feel that, you know, the police are maybe trying to get you to make a statement and you're really uncomfortable. I always advise them at that point to tell them to give me a call back again, and I will advise them and talk to them again. What happens with the youth, though, is they're given access to their parents to give them a call, and then usually what happens after is that parent will give me a call, and then I'll figure out the situation and assist that youth. So the accused will show up in court the next day. Where they show up, the Crown will advise of their position. The Crown will usually say release or not release. Not release is usually we have issues on the primary grounds, secondary grounds, or tertiary grounds, whatever grounds they have. Or if they're released, there is usually a plan and then, or a possible release. So what happens is the accused and I work on a plan, and then I, you know, very nicely sweet talk the Crown into trying to get this person released. So if that doesn't happen, at that point, that's where we get to the bail hearing. So if the person remains in custody, I will request a bail hearing once a bail plan has been obtained from the accused. So before the accused attends at the bail hearing, they will generally review the bail hearing with counsel. Counsel will obtain instructions such as who is proposed as a surety, if a surety is required. Counsel will obtain submissions. And I'm going to go through that a little bit further, and I'm going to give you a sample of submissions. Further, you must obtain a surety, obtain an appropriate address. There are issues such as, in the jurisdiction I am in Thunder Bay, you can't live in housing. You can't live in housing because that person's not named on the lease. I don't know why, but Thunder Bay Housing and Native Housing in Thunder Bay will not let anybody live there who's on the lease. So as soon as somebody tells me an address that's, if they want to be surety, that's an address that's in housing, right away I'm like, sorry, you can't be surety. Unless they somehow figure out how to put somebody on the lease, which I can't even, because, you know, I know a lot of our people live in poverty, and so we live in housing, you know, and there are really no other options as well. There's also a huge issue with getting people back to their First Nation. How do we get them back? A lot of times there's flights. Flights are expensive and costly as well. As well, the other issue I have here with bail planning and the Crown's conditions sometimes is I don't know if anybody's aware, but they have what they call the red zone. So what they'll do is they'll say an incident happened in, like, I'm just trying to think. I should know a local First Nation. Somebody name one out. Wabigoon, perfect. So say there's an incident that occurs in Wabigoon with the accused and the complainant. So what'll happen is sometimes the First Nations, if that person, that accused, has had a lot of issues, they may be BCR'd from the community. But otherwise, they generally aren't, because our communities are generally very supportive. So what'll happen is that the Crown will say, that person cannot go back to their First Nation. I have a huge issue with that, and I fight and argue against that every single time. And what that means is that they say that, oh, well, the complainant lives there, so the accused can't go back there. But the thing is like, you know, in my First Nation, all my cousins live there, all my aunties and uncles, all my family, all my supports, you know, everything I know is there. And then I have this thing that happens in my life for whatever reason, and then you tell me I can't go back there. I don't like that, because the other issue too is, like, I have never been in court where I heard the Crown say, oh, you can't return to Terrace Bay. You can't stay in Thunder Bay because the accused is there. So I think this is very discriminatory and racist, and I fight against it every time. In fact, one time I had a consent release for a client, and I was arguing with the Crown about the red zone, and we had the JP there, and she's just looking at us, and she's like, I thought this was a consent release. But I'm going to fight for that every time. As far as those red zones, I don't agree with those. Okay, so I'm going to go into submissions, the submissions I would make. But before I do that, I'm going to talk a little bit about after release. So what I do is I look at my clients as a whole. I just don't look at the client that they're in the justice system. To me, they're not a bad person. They've just had things come up in their life. Even when they come back into the justice system, continually, I have clients who are repeaters. That's okay, because obviously they're out of balance and there's something going on, and we're going to eventually figure it out. But that person may not be ready for that right now, and I always tell them that's okay. I don't judge them. I don't say, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you here? I'm like, you know what? If this happens again, you call me. We'll figure it out, okay? And I keep telling them that, because at some point they'll be ready to address whatever their issues are. So I look at the person, though, holistically, and so I ask them if there's anything that I can assist them with in regard to programming or services, or perhaps this person's homeless, and afterwards they'll have nowhere to live, so I refer them in Thunder Bay to Alpha Court. Or if they need identification for other needs, I'll refer them to Kaakewaaseya Legal Clinic if they have issues with substance abuse. And they're willing to, I make sure they're willing to do that. I don't force that on them. I'll assist them if they want to go to treatment somewhere as well, and help them line that up as well. So My other thing I'd like to mention too is I don't know why we don't do this, and maybe I'm a dreamer here, but I don't understand how come maybe our First Nations don't have like maybe almost like a group home sort of situation where somebody would live there and accused would stay there in that facility, and they would stay amongst our people in our own communities. How do I get onto the word? Okay, so I'm going to go through my show cause written submissions, and this is basically how I go through these. This one's RV Billy Brown, bad Billy Brown. These are your show cause written submissions. Billy Brown has come into custody. There's a bail hearing in courtroom 1. Oh, just 1 second, I'm just finishing that one. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so show cause written submissions. I usually put here the proposed plan of release, but I put in, and I'll share my slides after. I put in here each section of the criminal code, and what happens is, I'm sure everybody knows, is what's called the bail ladder. And so every time you come back into custody, you go up that ladder. First is the undertaking, which I talked about, a release order on own recognizance on their own, release order on recognizance with a surety, without deposit, release order on recognizance with surety, with deposit, et cetera, et cetera. Just you keep going up that bail ladder. And then the proposed plan of release. Okay, so this is going to be a release order. It's a proposed surety, which is a John Howard bail supervision program. In this case, we'll say if there's a bail supervision program, which is your program here, address somewhere, Thunder Bay. There's a $100 financial promise by Billy Brown. Billy is just out of his youth, teen years, and he doesn't have very much money. He's still a student, so $100 would be undue hardship for him. Conditions in this case are reside at the John Howard Supervision Program on Syndicate Avenue. Do not contact or communicate in any way with Dan McDumpy, Jerry McScoopy, and Michelle McPuff. Do not be within 100 meters of any place you know these people to live. Part of his, one of his charges was basically he stole some alcohol from the LCBO, so he has a condition to not attend at the LCBO, as well as do not possess any weapons. So I go through preliminary matters as well. I usually always ask the client for the publication ban. I don't know about here, but in Thunder Bay, we have a Facebook page where they put everything salacious about everybody's matter on that Facebook page. So I always encourage the client to ask for a Section 517, which is just a publication ban. Then I argue how I intend to run the bail hearing, argue over the release. The Crown's position is that Mr. Brown should be detained. That's why we're having the bail hearing, and they have concerns on the secondary grounds. And also, too, sometimes I'll bifurcate the process, which means that I'll argue on that this Billy Brown should be released, and I bifurcate that by the second part would be what that release looks like. Because sometimes I get a little bit scared about the plan. So at least if you can get them released, then you can work on a really good plan after, right? So you do both. So today we're doing a release to the John Howard Bail Supervision Program, but we would also at this point, if it's a surety, do the surety examination questions. As well, I also do GLED-2 questions. So respectfully, I request that the court give attention to the unique and systemic factors that bring Mr. Brown before the court here today. So the client, I go through and I ask the client all these questions. These are all of my GLED-2 questions that I ask myself. I just made up a list of questions I ask to present to the court. Age, birthplace, current residence, marital status, do you have any children, occupation, parents' names, parents' ages. And I just tell them this is a form that they don't have to. They don't have to put mom in. They don't have to actually answer any of these, but they help the court to give a snapshot of who this person is and why they're before the court. And so sometimes they're not comfortable giving mom and dad's name or maybe their last name, which is okay too. siblings, grandparents, and paternal grandparents. And I ask that question too because a lot of times I also go into the fact that the family has been a part of the residential school system as well, right? And we talk about grandma and grandpa have been part of that, and we know that there's the generational issues from that as well. Social factors, where did you grow up? Just giving them a snapshot of who this person is. And then we go into substance abuse. They don't have to answer this. These are very personal questions, so I don't make people answer these questions, but I'm like, if you're comfortable with that, we can let the court know that, you know, you have an issue with alcohol or anything along those lines. Then we talk about their mental health. This is further just to give the court and the JP a snapshot of who they are. And then I ask about cultural factors. Okay. Written submissions. Okay, I need. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? They're not supposed to, but I've heard that too, that some of the Crowns have done that. And as defense, that recently came up and we have a huge issue with that. I don't think you're supposed to do that. In fact, I think that Crowns have actually used that in that person's other cases. In fact, I recently heard about them using it against a surety. The surety had given glad due in their submissions in their case, and the Crown, but they're not supposed to do that. But they do, right? Obviously, we would make arguments against that. That's why at bail submissions too, I have an issue with doing glad due because to me, glad due is mitigating why that person's before the court. Well, this person's actually innocent till proven guilty, and at bail stage, you're innocent till proven guilty. So why are we even doing bail glad due submissions? I do them because I have to, and it's a way to be able to get that person out. But I don't agree that we should be even doing that. So that's why even with the glad due at that point, I have bail glad due questions and I have sentencing glad due questions. So with the bails, they're a little less intense. And I also, like, sometimes too, unfortunately, clients, not unfortunately, but it always makes me feel bad because the client will give me their, answer these questions, and they'll be quite intense, and then they'll go into their life and what happened and all these things like that, which I'm okay to hear because obviously it's confidential, whatever they want to share. But I always try to minimize as much as they say. I'm like, okay, sir, you know, I appreciate this, but I'm going to let you know that, you know, this is open court or whatever, and we only need to tell the JP the minimum. So I always, even though I get these questions, I try to, you know, I don't put in there like, you know, anything really substantive. Like I saw my cousin murdered by uncle blah 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 or something. You know what I mean? I don't go into too much at that point. So I think you're right. It is a huge issue. I hope that kind of answers your question. I think you're right.
So Paula online has a question I think that kind of meshes with the previous question. She wants to know if accused in bail are presumed innocent, but if we as bail supervision staff offer them programming, counseling, referrals, etc., will it be inferred by the Crown or the court as guilt because he or she is mitigating the outcome?
No. I've never seen that before, and I think that is always good, and I always encourage it as well. Like I had said earlier, I always ask the client if there's any programs or services they need, because either way, even if we go to trial and the person's found innocent, they've done some work on themselves, there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't think the court's ever going to infer that anything they've done is kind of them, like an admission of guilt. You know, I think that's kind of what the person was asking. But yeah, I don't think so. I think it's always good to do programming and services, and it doesn't infer anything. So in this case, Mr. Billy Brown has 5 informations before the court. He has a youth charge for mischief under 5,000, but this one's going through diversion with Thunder Bay Indian Friendship Center. So that's something which I'm sure you guys must do as well here, is some sort of diversion, especially with youth. And then the next set of charges were pretty substantive here. He assaulted somebody, he obstructed a peace officer, there was a possession of a weapon, and just to note, a weapon can be anything. I know accused are just really surprised, like, you know, if you pick up a rock and you're like putting it like this to throw at somebody, it's now a weapon and you can be charged with that, right? But if it's just sitting on the ground there and you're painting it, that's not a weapon, right? So you can turn, we've had people in the court that charged with assault with weapon for throwing a sandwich at someone. So anything can be noted, a marshmallow could be just noted as a weapon. He confined Michelle McPuff. He assaulted her with choking, suffocating, or strangling. This one we're going to trial, though, because it's a he said, she said. Billy Brown says that this didn't happen. She was mad because he was trying to break up with her. The next set of charges here below is the assault, and there's a breach. It's under the Youth Criminal Justice Act, so there'll be sometimes there'll be the YCJA matter was when from his youth release order, and then now he's turned 19 already, so he's an adult for the assault. Then there's a second assault right after that, and another keep the peace and be of good behavior, which I hate. They put those on probation orders because you could do anything, and anybody could say you're not keeping the peace and being of good behavior, so I really hate those. Then he has a recent breach, which he came on. So Mr. Brown's in custody because he breached his curfew. He was released, and he didn't go back to his surety for 10 p.m. He was out all night having a good time. So at this point, because it's a breach on a release order, he's now in a reverse onus situation with respect to his bail status. He has to establish on balance of probabilities why his continued detention pending trial is not justified. And even though the Crown was like secondary concerns is that he might commit another offense. But on this case, because it's a reverse onus, we have to argue the primary, secondary, and tertiary grounds, all three of them. So I'm going to argue those here, but obviously significant concerns on the secondary grounds. So I go into my argument here, charter rights, people are assumed innocent till proven guilty. They must have reasonable bail, and they should be released at the earliest opportunity on the least onerous conditions. So I have here Mr. Brown comes before the court with a limited criminal record. He has 2 youth matters on his record, and it's acknowledged he is facing these serious charges. Although they're serious, Mr. Brown is presumed innocent till proven guilty, and we don't have all disclosure at this time. So I just make these arguments here. And I'm going to go into how I'm going to argue these here. So the first one is primary grounds. So primary grounds are basically to ensure that the accused attends court in order to be dealt with according to the law. But I always make the submissions. This is the easy one to really make, is primary grounds, is that basically he has counsel. I'm going to show up for him at court. So you don't have to worry about not showing him at court because his counsel is there on his behalf. Sometimes if there's a surety involved, the surety is going to say, yeah, I guarantee I'm going to, maybe it's mom or something like that. I'm going to guarantee that he makes it there for court and he's at all his trial dates. So primary grounds for me are usually not a huge issue. It's secondary and tertiary. So the secondary grounds, will they commit another offense? So bail shouldn't be denied because, there's a substantial likelihood that this person may commit another offense. It's only justified where it's necessary for public safety. All circumstances must be considered. The likelihood of committing a further offense does not mean a probability of committing the offense. It means it must be significantly likely. And the accused must demonstrate that her detention is necessary for the protection of the public. That's not necessary for the safety of the public. I don't think I've ever had a client who's been released where they run around just like crazy, doing all kinds of crazy things to people. So this too, I think to me, should usually be met and isn't really too much of a concern. So in this submission here, Mr. Brown is willing to give a financial promise, which is a lot of money for him because he's a young student. No contact condition with the complainant. He's well aware that if he contacts the complainants, he's going to be back in custody because he's breaching his release order. Further, the bail supervision program is his last resort. He has no other supports. Unfortunately, too, with Indigenous people, our own people, a lot of times, a lot of our family members are suffering and are going through their own traumas and are not available to be sureties. And, you know, that kind of leaves sometimes our accused with no family or nobody to be able to assist them. So at this point, Billy Brown really doesn't have anybody. Everybody's dealing with their own issues, and so he's going to the John Howard Bail Supervision Program, and he's going to understand that this is his last chance. So with you guys as bail supervision, that could be it too. You could be their last chance, and just, you know, I would reiterate to the client, to the accused, that, you know, this is your last chance, and so that they hopefully follow their conditions. And if he's not amenable to the rules, like I said before, John Howard will call the police immediately. So if he doesn't come home by like 10 or 10:15, John Howard's going to call the police right away, and that person's going to go back into custody immediately. So then I say, like, because of all of this, his risk of reoffending drops to below a substantial risk. And then as well, I always make the argument about COVID. He's in the McKittrick Youth Facility where, you know, COVID's an issue amongst, there's a whole bunch of staff there, a whole bunch of other kids accused. Okay, the tertiary grounds. This is the grounds where would the community be outraged if this person was released. So we look at the apparent strength of the prosecution's case, which we don't know because we don't have all disclosure yet because this is just a bail hearing. The gravity of the offense. I always usually am honest and I admit that this is a serious offense like assault, choking, that sort of thing. The circumstances surrounding the commission of the offense, including whether a firearm was used, there was no firearms used in this case. If the person is liable for a potentially lengthy term of imprisonment, but this person is going to diversion, he has a very limited criminal record, so I'm not seeing that this person is going to have any lengthy period of incarceration. So they must be also balanced with the personal circumstances of Billy Brown. So there's no offense that cannot justify a denial of bail. So even murder, there's always, you can always work on a plan to make sure that work on getting your client released. You just have to make sure that it's a really good plan. If it's murder, you're probably going to have a pretty significant plan with conditions. And then we look at this as well. Was it violent, heinous, or hateful? It was probably, it could be considered a violent charge. Was it involving domestic violence? Unfortunately, in this case, Michelle McPuff was his girlfriend. Obviously, a lot of times, it doesn't involve a criminal gang or terrorist organization. A lot of times, that's generally like gang stuff, possibly like drug cases, federal cases. If the victim was a vulnerable person, and unfortunately every time an Indigenous person comes before the court, I always admit that they are vulnerable, whether the victim or the accused. If the offense was committed by several people, the extent to which the accused participated, and that was not in the case here in Billy Brown's matter. So the personal circumstances. So I have here, right at the bottom, you can see here, he comes from a racialized community. His family members have attended residential school. He's never had a stable home life. Grandma was trying to raise him, but grandma is very sick with cancer. And mom is dealing with her own issues and is on the streets and doing drugs and so forth. And never really, she's been in and out of his life. He's been the victim of violence and trauma since he's very young, so he's seen that because grandma hasn't been able to keep a close eye on him, so he's out, you know, with other people, and unfortunately, things have not been very good for Billy Brown growing up. So then, lastly here, I just talk about COVID again, and then I go into my submissions, and I just reiterate everything that was said. In here that primary grounds are met, secondary grounds are met, tertiary grounds are met, and you should release this person. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I get to see it, and the Crown gets to see it, and in this case, Billy Brown's actually 19 now. He does have a youth record. In my understanding, and I don't know if it's 3 or 5, if you commit an offense after that within 3 to 5 years, your criminal record is not sealed. So it's open. So we can see that. And it's used against them. So that's the thing with youth too. You have to remind them that, I do too, is that, you know, you're gonna have to stay out of trouble so your record will get sealed, right? It doesn't automatically get sealed just because you turn 18, it does. But if you come back within the court within those years, it's open. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, you should have that opportunity to have that second chance, but their record does remain open.
Can you just repeat that question? They couldn't hear you.
My question was in regards of the youth record showing up on bail court. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say again that if a youth commits an offense after that period, within, I don't know exactly, for some reason I think it's 5, but it could be 3 years, then their record will remain open forever. So I always tell youth that so that they know, just please stay out of trouble. Just stay out of trouble for even 3 to 5 years, right? Like, I mean, things happen, but that way at least their youth record gets sealed, and I think kids should get another chance, but unfortunately just how the law works, and it's not our law, right? So we just kind of follow their rules, and that's how it works. Just wondering if there's any other questions, maybe online? No? Okay. No, if no other questions, Miigwetch, thank you for having me here.
Miigwetch Sherry, very informative of the stuff I just learned. I've been at this for 6 years. A gift for you from us, from the Grand Council, Miigwetch. Yeah. Okay, now in true bail fashion, we're doing things a little bass-ackwards, so we're going to have the drum group do a song, and we're going to have an offering and the blessing of the water. And whenever we're ready to, we'll let the drum direct us from this point.
Actually, we do have one more question, Sherry, if you don't mind.
One more question.
The question is, in which situations would it be not feasible to take on bail supervision of someone?
Yeah, I mean, in the case of repeat offenders, but you know what? Maybe that person's at a time in their life where they're ready to heal. And so I wouldn't even say that. I would talk to them, because sometimes too, you could talk to them and you figure out that, like, yeah, this person's ready to heal. They're ready to make a change in their life. But sometimes you'll talk to them and they're like angry and they're like, I want to get out, and you know, I have this and da-da. And you know they're not ready. So, I mean, I think you have to just kind of gauge that. But if they are repeaters, you know, you may not want to, but I know, and generally I still would, because I'm a bleeding heart. I would, you know, sorry, that's just me though, but I would still do it, because I think people always deserve another chance.
All right, thank you.
Okay. After the drum is finished with theirs, we're going to have William Walmsley on deck.
Hey,
I'm just gonna. Is there somebody here that can speak for the water? Bonjour, sabitan de gun namendota. Where nishna where me James Magagi Pipichigate where Chipson Mungo Agatso Kana Chishwellabo Chishwenda Matwa Nogam Kashchiking me and Shna where ke stiging somewhere and Can you sing a song for the food?
one left.
Pojo, sama mangi pemini go pangi chetishin daman oan nebe mangi pemini go naganas. Hachana chigu gani nat go chi kwandish nikaze kanish be nikazan minaza kamigabik. Dora Henry indish nikas oatish nipe pangigo migo oa mai nigo nipe I mi oa I gagipi guan bless the water, get them. Me, yeah. Kionje machi going my nego oa, Miigwetch itun, nipe. Oh, Miigwetch.
right. Miigwetch Whitefish Bay Singers. All right, we're going to have everyone can have a moment to have a cigarette break, stand up and stretch your legs break. Don't try to steal my grandbaby break, though. And then after that, we will have William Walmsley with his story. So please take a 10-minute break. 15, he said. Just for that, I want everybody to have a question for him. Bushu? Bushu? No, no Bushu. Okay, so just like that happens in court, things are changing. William is going to give his speech now. And no, we're going to make you stand on your head.
No, you want
to present. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Walmsley.
Hello, I'm William, former drug addict, drug dealer, and in recovery. Any questions? I'd like to start off by saying thanks to Kelly and her bail team for having me, Whitefish Bay for coming, my chief, Clayton Woodlanen. Big thanks to my sister for stepping up and taking my kids when my life got out of hand, I guess. Thanks to my mom for always, well, never giving up on me, I guess. Thanks to Kelly for, well, I think in my eyes, she saved my life. We'll get to that later on, though. I'm going to start by my earliest memories. Like school. Give me a second. Okay, well, I was born in Dryden here to my mom and my father. They split up shortly after I was born, I think. Don't have too many memories. I got a 30-year drug addict memory, so it's not the best. School, my earliest memory of school isn't the best. It's getting hit by the principal. So from there, I lost interest in school pretty early. I figured I wasn't getting hit at home, but I was getting hit at school, so it bothered me quite a bit. So I fought a lot in school. We moved around a lot, so I was always like the new kid, so fought a lot that way. Made it to grade 5, and then pretty much gave up on school then. Just got passed along because of my age. And then made it to high school and dropped out. I started like smoking and doing drugs at a really young age. My cousin would smoke some oil papers back in the day and then blow it through a pen into my mouth, and I'd get high. I think I was only like maybe 10 years old. Maybe even earlier. When I got to high school, well, no, when I was 12, my mom met my stepfather, and I started rebelling quite a bit. I was suicidal when I was young. I remember going in the back bush one time and tried hanging myself. I don't know why I was so depressed. Could have been because of my mom and dad not being together, being hit in school. I don't really know what it was. Then she met her spouse. I hated him. I rebelled quite a bit. I didn't care for him at all in the beginning. And then she got pregnant with my younger brother and sister and hated him even more. I think just because of the fact that I thought he was gonna take her away, whatever. Then she had the kids, and I still hated him. I hated him for a long time, but I got over that. We have a good relationship now. High school, it was kind of stupid because I wouldn't go to class, but I was there every day at the high school selling drugs or getting high. I wasted a lot of years doing that, just getting high and being in the high school. Made it to when I was 19. I had my first child. He had heart surgery at 5 months old. And then shortly after that, I went into the bar life and started selling drugs there and spent a lot of my time there and neglected my family, my son and his mother. I owe her a big apology. I just don't know how to do it. She was a great woman and she's a great mother to him. My 20s were a lot of just living in the bar, selling drugs. My early 20s when I started doing cocaine and pills, and I did those for quite a while. Throughout my whole 20s is pretty much just that: jail, drugs, bar, drinking. 29, I met the next mother of my 4 kids. 2010, I had a boy with her. And then 2011, I think we moved to Sulicote. And that's when I started doing needles. And then my addiction got pretty bad then. Got on the methadone program. Stopped doing drugs for a while, but then started smoking weed again, and that progressed back into the pills and then needles, and had another son in 2012. Same thing, back on methadone, doing good, and then started smoking weed again, then pills. And then 2014, had my next son with her. It was a repeated cycle. We would get clean on the methadone program and then start smoking weed. And then slowly, weed wasn't good enough, so we'd start doing pills. And before you know it, we'd be doing needles again. And kids got taken away, we got them back. Then they got taken away and we got them back. It was just a bad cycle. I think comes with addiction, really. 2016, lost my father to cancer. And then 2017, lost my son to an overdose. Then my addiction got pretty bad. The end of 2017, I stopped methadone, and because that's what he got into and passed away from. I've been off that since. But I kept doing, the other kids got taken away, and I started selling drugs again, and still shooting drugs and doing drugs and drinking, and it got pretty bad. And then I think it was 2018 had our next son, but he was taken away right away. Fortunate that my sister stepped up and took him since birth and do an amazing job with them. I think I met Kelly in 2018. I was on bail, and I was through a different bail program, but the woman had to get surgery, so they switched me to Kelly, and we got along right away. But I was still kind of lying and still doing my drugs and selling drugs and that. I was on house arrest at my mother's house, and I was selling drugs out of there, and then got her place raided, ended up back in jail, and then Kelly offered me to go to treatment in Ottawa. And the first time I used it to get out of jail. I didn't really take it to change my life or anything. And so I was in Ottawa, and I was talking to my buddy from back here, and he was having a hard time selling drugs and that. He was on house arrest himself. And then COVID happened, so I used that as an excuse to leave treatment and come back to Dryden. I was 5 months clean, and I figured I could sell drugs without using them, so I tried that, and I relapsed pretty hard. I took it hard because I wasted all that time. And then my drinking and drugs really got bad. I was selfish. I was getting my sister to do a lot of my drug deals, and then she got caught with 17 ounces of my meth. So after that happened, my depression came back pretty badly. Tried killing myself a couple times. And then had someone from Ottawa come to pick me up. She drove all the way here, picked me up. On my way back, I talked her into getting me a bottle, and then drank that pretty quick and tried killing both of us. I grabbed the steering wheel, tried driving into a transport, and she dropped me off, called the cops, and I was back in jail again. And I remember being in jail this last time and praying, saying, if you let me get to Ottawa, I will actually change my life around. And I didn't think I had a chance because of my record and everything. I was probably worse than Billy Brown. But then the judge actually let me go to get out, to go back to treatment, and I took it way more serious this time. Went back to treatment, paid attention to class, did the things the counselor told me. I had a great counselor in the Anchorage program. She really cares about her job and her clients. I let out some demons there that I had to. Trauma is a big thing why people are addicts. And a lot of us hold that in all our life and just keep using to numb the pain or forget of what happened. But I let it out in treatment, and once I talked about it in front of other people, it was easier. It was like a weight lifted off my shoulder. And then I graduated from treatment 2 years ago. I got a great job. My boss is in recovery himself. He's 19 years off alcohol and 11 years off drugs. So that's pretty inspiring. He owns his own company, so he took me under his wing, and I got pretty lucky there. The things that help me stay clean are not going out of my way to spend time with addicts. They are, when you're having a bad day, they'll be the first ones to offer you drugs, right? So I don't put myself in that situation. I moved to Ottawa. I call that home now because I can't live back here. My addiction will come back, and then with that will be my depression, and ultimately I guarantee it would be my suicide. I've been clean for 30 months and 1 week now. Oh yeah, I've tried getting other people into treatment. I've spent my own money on tickets. I opened my house to them. There's about 15 people that came to Ottawa after I went. A lot of them relapsed. A lot of them ended up back in jail. But there's a couple that are doing great. I had a lot more to say in my head. Just can't. This is my first time speak. I don't like. When I go to meetings in Ottawa, I don't speak. I'm actually pretty quiet and shy. So as I do this more, I'll be able to bring out more and say more. But being the first time is kind of overwhelming, I guess. I do hope a lot of people come and change their life. I understand if they don't, addiction is hard. It's an everyday battle for the rest of your life. Any questions? Did I manage to repair the broken relationships? Well, with my sister and I haven't really gotten along a lot of our lives, but we have a great relationship now. The woman who I almost killed, she forgave me, and she's a great woman. I owe a big thanks to the Vila family in Ottawa for opening their house to an addict that they didn't know, and to Jen for forgiving me. Forgiveness is a big thing, and acceptance. I never knew that. You have to accept the things that happen in your past to move on and forgive certain people. That's a big part of recovery. I have a great relationship with my mom. Well, I've always had an all right relationship with her, but I see the difference on how she looks at me being sober now than when I was an addict. I don't think there's as much worry in her eyes anymore as there was when I was in my addiction. My addiction was pretty bad, and my depression was pretty awful. Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh.
Bonjour. I don't really have a question. I just have a comment. I'm a bail supervision worker out of Fort Francis, and my history is 37 years of being a police officer. So I used to put people like you in jail. So I got into bail supervision because I've always been a helper, and I wanted to continue to help people. So that's why I do what I do, in particular Anishinaabe people. There's a staggering amount of Anishinaabe people in our jails. So that's why I got into bail supervision. But lately, in my work, I've been experiencing a lot of trauma, a lot of disappointment, death. You know, it just seems I get people going on the right path and things don't always turn out the way that we hope. But today, I see you there, sitting there, and you talking about your life. You know, you're a success story. So thank you for sharing that, and that's going to keep me going. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch.
Would like to say anything, Chief Wedelainen? Chief Wedelainen?
Bonjour. I watched William grow up, and he was a bad bugger. And, you know, I seen what he went through. And I had also family members. And I lost my brother a little over a year and a half ago for an overdose. So I wanted to tell people is never give up on people. And if they're struggling, keep at them. You know, I tried to do that with my brother, and sometimes you don't listen and you just turn your back. But my father always tried to get him to help himself, but he couldn't do it. We lost him. So William, I'm glad that you have a success story and you are an example, and I'm glad you're helping other addicts, and that makes me feel proud of you as a member of our First Nation. So Miigwetch, and it's a long road, and I'll always support you.
Miigwetch.
I'm not a baseball player. I don't sprint. I saunter.
So one of the attendees online asked, what is the best advice you could give a worker helping someone at the beginning of their journey to sobriety? And was there a person or moment that stood out to you in your journey?
This chick.
The person who, like I said, Kelly is the one who saved my life. If she would have gave up on me when I relapsed back in 2020 and didn't push me to go back to treatment, my depression and suicide would have gotten the best of me for sure. Like I actually did kill myself, but they brought me back with Narcan. And then with the whole drinking and trying to grab the steering wheel and drive into a transport, like I was on a mission so it would have got me for sure. And my advice to anyone in small communities like this, to change their life, they have to change everything about their current life. They gotta, in my opinion, move away and start a different life. And then make choices on who you hang out with and how you're gonna, like recovery, I don't like saying it, but it's true, like it's boring. Like I have a boring life, but it's a better life because I got respect from people I never thought would respect me. I got trust back and repaired relationships, like, and keep their life as stress-free as possible, because as addicts, we don't deal with stress that well. We'll use as soon as we can if we're too stressed out and that, so you gotta keep your life pretty simple. My aunt would always say that, keep it simple, and I've never really understood what she meant, but now I know why she said it, because we don't deal well with stress, so. So, yeah.
Couple comments on there saying congratulations, William. No other questions or comments for William? One moment.
Please keep them coming. I'm here all week.
Hey, William. Yeah, as a fellow addict, my question for you is, on those bad days, what keeps you motivated to stay on a good path?
What helps me is because, like, I was the first one in Ottawa, so I want to show people that it is possible that, like, if you knew me and knew my addiction and how deep I was in my addiction, if I could change my life around, I'm pretty sure almost anyone can. My brother is in Ottawa with me. He's doing really well. I got a few friends that are doing well. One's in treatment right now. He was a friend that I grew up with, and we parted ways, and we were both in addiction pretty bad. And I talked to him in here and there to come to Ottawa and change his life. It took about a year for him to actually make the decision, and I got him into the Ottawa Booth Center. I paid for his flight down there, let him stay with me till he went in, and now he's coming up on 90 days clean, so that motivates me to try and get more people to keep coming and show them that it's possible. I also like bringing them to Ottawa and showing them my life I have now, because it's a lot different than what it was here. Like, I've never barely had a bank account, and I got like 4 credit cards now, $9,000. Like, they're all paid off. I just bought a $5,000 couch. Like, my life is so much better, and I don't have to worry about the cops kicking down my door and coming to take it all.
So we have a question here. What are your coping mechanisms? And they're looking for like things you do. Meetings and stuff.
I go to a men's group at the Wabano Center. It's for anyone really, but I go there 3 times a week. Like I said, I keep my life pretty simple. I go to the gym daily, and I play a lot of chess. And then I spend a lot of time with other recovering addicts in Ottawa to help them through their times and that. I keep in close contact with the Ottawa Booth Center. I also owe a lot to them for taking me back after I left the first time and giving me another chance. And
There's also a comment saying that someone is very proud of you, so I thought I'd share that.
thank you. Anonymous.
So it sounds like key to your life now is balance, physically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally.
Yeah, balance, a routine, keep my life pretty stress-free. Other than the stress that I got coming here, it's pretty good.
Bobby's just waving, thought he had an important thing to say. All right, so someone wants to know, what are your strengths in recovery today?
My strengths? Not really sure. I keep my addict life in my memory, fresh in my memory. I remember where all my dark days I had, the people I lost, the jail time. I know that could all come back. The depression, the suicide attempts. I don't forget those because if I think I got recovery beaten that, it's just, I'm gonna end up using again. So I gotta remember that I'm in recovery for life. I tell people this is just the beginning of my new life. I'm still fresh in recovery, so I still have a long ways to go. Things that inspire me are, I have this one older fella in our men's group, and he struggles with alcohol, and he said he looks up to me, and he's like in his 60s, and I found that pretty motivating. So I plan to talk longer, but like I said, this is my first time, and I don't talk in my meetings, so this is promise I'll get better.
Okay, hold it.
You have any questions, Kelly?
Oh, I have lots of questions for you, buddy. Just can't ask them here.
I don't really have a question, William. I just want to say how proud we are of you. Your kids are very, very proud of you. We love you. Just congrats. Just be proud, brother.
Thank you.
I couldn't even talk.
Hello, my son.
Hello, my mom.
This is hard, but your journey's been long, hard, and hopefully from now on it'll get easier. But probably not, but you still have outcomes to come. But I love you for 44 years. I'm so proud of you, where you've become today from where you were a couple of years ago. You know, or more than a couple of years, I guess. But keep on keeping. Okay, I love you one day at a time, buddy. Bye.
Love you.
That's what it's about, making those connections again, rebuilding that trust, finding love within yourself so that others can love you.
I just had a question. Was there like a strong cultural component to your recovery?
I've never really been too cultural. Like I'm from Wabigoon Lake, but I haven't really lived there. I've recently, like, since I started going to the Wabano Center, it's the Native Friendship Center there, kind of. I've recently been smudging more and getting more in touch with them. I'm trying to volunteer. That's in the works right now. I asked them if there's a drum group, because I wanted to start drumming. So we're looking into that. And I am getting more in touch with my cultural, but like I said, when I was growing up, I never really lived on the reserve. I lived in the Wabigoon town and Dryden, like back and forth a lot. We moved quite a bit. I was raised by a single mother, so yeah, she did what she had to raise me, I guess. She's working all the time, so she wasn't really around. I know as a brat, I used to lie quite a bit. I'd always make it seem like it was never my fault why I'd get into a fight at school. I had a lot of jealousy in school. I remember beating up this one kid because he had a father and a mother raising him, and I didn't. And plus the hatred for school at a young age. Like I said, I pretty much only have a grade 5 education, because after that I pretty much gave up and just got passed along. I am really thankful for Kelly. She really saved my life. If we didn't meet and I didn't get into her bail program, I'm almost certain I wouldn't be here today. I'm 99% sure.
Miigwetch. That means a lot. How are we doing for time? The colonial clock, how is it? Where are we at? 11:47. So we're another 10 minutes before lunch comes. Any other questions or comments for William? Anything online? I have to say, when I first started working with him, I didn't know he was lying. He was that he was that good of a liar. I thought, oh my God, I'm Sabekwe. I can spot a liar. Nope.
I had 40 years of lying, so
You had lots of practice.
yeah, you're out of your league.
And a couple times he would tell me, nah, just give up. Go talk to the next guy. I'm not worth it. And I'd have to say to him, yes, you are. You are part of Creator's creations, so you are worth it. And I believe that to this day. I'm going to believe it tomorrow. I'm going to believe it until you show me that I cannot.
You'll be waiting a while.
I've actually learned a lot too from working with you as one of my first clients. He was in the bail program till December. And then he finished his probation conditional sentence orders January 13th. So I met him 2018, 2023, he's finally finished with everything. So sometimes when things happen in bail, it takes a little bit longer for things to get to a closure, to a resolution. But that's why we keep doing what we're doing. We keep offering support to the people who want their lives to be saved, who are going to fight for their sobriety. Because after a certain age, right, William, it's either cell block or cemetery. Because if you're not going to fight for your sobriety, that's where you're going to end up. So you might as well go pick your coffin now if that's your choice.
That reminds me, I've never finished probation successfully. I've always breached, and the only way I'd get off my probation sentence is the judge would give me extra jail time instead of more probation. Because I've never done good with probation. I'd always breach. So in recovery, I finished 2 back-to-back bail or probation, and yeah, probation.
That's why you were granted the CSO.
Yeah.
To carry out your sentence in the community.
My bail worker or probation officer in Ottawa, she was proud to hear that I was 2 years clean. It's a hard road, for sure. I lost a lot of friends. I wish my buddy that's in Stony Mountain could talk, because we sold a lot of drugs together, and we were pretty popular when we were the drug dealers. And then now that I'm clean, I have a few good, close friends from back in the day. And my buddy in jail, everybody's turned their back on him. When I met him, I messaged him one night out of the blue when I was in Ottawa the first time, and he was about to kill himself. And I got to talk him out of it, and then barely ever talked to him before that. And then I came, and we became pretty good friends, but it was a drug relationship, friendship. Now that I'm clean and he's in jail, I'm trying to get him to come to Ottawa and change his life as well. And he wants to, but he's got parole when he gets out, and he's pretty sure he has to stay in Manitoba. And I think that's a bad place for him, so I want to see if I can get him to come to Ottawa and help him change his life. I have a good support system there. My roommate's in recovery. He's got 2 weeks less than me in clean time. We work together. We have the same outlook on recovery. it got to a point where it wasn't even fun anymore. I'd get high, I would go shut all the lights off, not answer the door, not want to talk to no one, and it wasn't fun anymore. To be completely honest, I do miss drinking, but I know I can't drink anymore because of my suicidal tendencies. And if I do drink, I know I'll go look for drugs, so that's what keeps me away from not drinking. What keeps me sober is the respect and everything I got from my community, my sister, my mom. And if I do relapse, I know Kelly's gonna kind of be after me, so. But no, I love my life now. Like I'm so much more happier than when I was using. I don't have the suicidal thoughts anymore. I think there's still a bit of depression, but it's not as bad as it was. Things definitely are getting better. It's only been 2.5 years. My boss told me if I get my license, he's gonna buy me a vehicle and put it under the company's name. So I actually went and took out a $4,000 loan and paid off all my fines that I had since 1998. Now I just need to get some ID and get my license. So I've made a lot of big changes in a short period of time.
What would you say is your most favorite aspect of your current life? Your sober life, I should say.
I think knowing my mom's not worried anymore. Knowing, God forbid she passed away, but she doesn't have to worry that I'm gonna like ruin my life. It's one of the biggest things, and I don't want my kids growing up knowing my old life. I'll explain it to them when they're older, but I want to show them my new life. And
All right. Miigwetch William. Big round of applause for
Miigwetch.
William. A gift from us for your kind words, your wisdom today, Miigwetch. Food is on the way. Get ready to wish nin nombe. Lunch break. Hello. We're back. People online, are we back online, Mr. Wolf Sound Guy? Woohoo!
They're all there.
All right. So, well, before we get things started, got to give a super duper shout out to our admin ladies. We got Alicia, we got Winnie, and we got Danny out there in the hall. If it was not for them, none of you would have a place to sleep tonight. They do the background stuff. They're pulling their hair out all the time because I run to them and say, one little change. And then the Wolf guys doing the sound system and stuff. They brought the photo booth. They're doing this amazing game for us. So, woo, we got some lucky dudes here. We are blessed people today. We are blessed. I think now we're about to pick our teams, but I know nothing of the sort, so I'm going to hand it over to our parole, corrections, new person at Grand Council. What's your name again?
Okay, so we are going to play a version of Family Feud. I hope everybody's familiar with how that game works. If you're old like me, then it was probably your after-school favorite. How this works today is in order to have two team leads in the building with me, before we started, I've picked two team leads. So we have Team Larry to my left. Yay, Larry.
Larry.
So it's gonna be and we have Team Sherry to my right.
Ooh, Sherry.
Okay, the rest of the conference participants' names have been put on this big wheel you can see in front of us. So first we're gonna spin to make our two families, and then I'll explain the rules. Okay, Eagle, you are on Team Larry. Okay, Christina Chute, you are on Team Sherry. When we take the wheel down, we'll be able to see you on Zoom. Oh. All right, this is your next teammate. Okay, Jocelyn, you are on Team Larry, and we'll have you up on Zoom shortly. That's three, okay. They can stand wherever, pass in the microphone. Oh, Drake is on Team Sherry. Drake, I want Drake. Okay, Drake, you are on Team Sherry. All right, yep. He's on one. Oh, Eagle.
Popular today, Eagle.
Krista's not. Okay, Krista's not quite back from lunch yet, so if she doesn't come back, then I'll turn it over to her counterpart, Logan, and they will be on Team Larry. I need 5 on each team, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 on, yeah. 4. Oh, we already have Jocelyn. Cassandra. Yeah. All right, Cassandra, you'll be on Team Sherry, and one more team member each. Right? And it's Eagle again. Oh, Bobby Bingwis? Oh, no, we already have Jocelyn.
She's gone.
Yeah. Well, all these people are buying lottery tickets.
She's already been picked.
She was online, 'cause that's where I got the.
Oh, there we go.
No,
No, she's
no, it's not here. We just picked her before.
Jen Villa.
All right, Jen, you're the last member of Team Larry. One more time. We'll call Bobby? Play William?
No,
Oh yeah, you're my cash guy. William's my cash player. He's the bank. William's the bank.
It's one of your conditions, William. You can't play.
Okay. And Charlene, you will be the last member of Team Sherry.
Charlene from Mag. Woohoo!
Okay. All right, so.
All right.
Okay. All right. To our at-home players, if you can turn your cameras on so we can see you. Oh, I need my answers.
Someone's moving to a new computer. Beautiful, beautiful. Yo. Oh, Jen's not online anymore. Miss Villa, what the? Give me a min, please. You betcha. All right, so we need someone to take Jen Villa's place. Lisa Penner!
Okay, we're just going to get the Zoom window set up, but in the meantime, I'm going to tell you how the game works today. So we have two families. We have Team Larry, and we're versing Team Sherry. Each team has 5 players. So one of the factors justice must consider when releasing an accused on bail is if a member of the general public would lose faith in the justice system if the individual was to be released while awaiting trial. We asked 100 members of the general public to complete a quick survey and compiled their answers for today's Family Feud bail-style game. So our participants remember that we are looking for answers that would come from the general public and not those who are versed in the legal system. So here's how we're going to play. We have 2 teams of 5. They were selected randomly before we started. We have 1 member of each team for sure in the room with us, which is our team captain, Larry, and our other team captain, Sherry. Our team captains are going to face off to gain control of the board via my trusty quarter that I borrowed from Alicia. The winning team of each round will receive $500 in bail money from our friend William. If a team receives 3 X's in one round, the other team can steal the round with just 1 correct answer. The team with the most bail money at the end of the game wins. The team with the least amount of money gets detained. That's why you're not playing. Okay, if I can have Larry and Sherry come to the front, we're going to do the coin toss to see who starts the game. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. Right, way up high? Okay, heads or tails, Larry? Okay, Larry says tails. It is tails. All right, Team Larry starts the game. All right. Team Larry, ready up to go? Yes, they're going to speak. Okay. Team Larry, do you have your microphones on? Oh, Kelly's got your microphone. Okay, so we're looking for the top 5 answers from the general public to the following question. Only from Team Larry. If you're participating at home, you can speak into the microphone or you can put your answer in chat, and Winnie or Alicia will be able to tell us what your answers are. But Larry first must answer one of the top 5 answers to get control of the board. Are you ready, Larry?
I'm ready.
Okay, the question is, what is something an accused should be denied bail for?
Failing to show up for court. Oh.
No, that was the number 5 answer.
Oh.
So, all right, Team Larry, we're looking for 4 more answers from you. If you can type or shout them out to us. Are we working, players at home? Team Larry, if you each want to put your answer into the chat box, then we can see them here, those who are having technical difficulties. Can I see them over here too, guys? Okay. I don't know how to click on the chat box.
Oh, that's not a mouse.
Oh, that's not a mouse, that's why. I sure can, Jocelyn. So the first question is, what is something an accused should be denied bail for? And Larry already got the number 5 answer, which is being a flight risk. Okay, we'll turn the music down. Did you hear the question, Jocelyn? Eagle, do you have an answer in the room for Team Larry? Come on, Neil, you need to give an answer.
I can repeat the question.
What is something an accused should be denied bail for? That is incorrect. Where's the rest of Team Larry? He's failing over here. All right, Logan, what's your answer? Nope, that is incorrect. That's 2 X's for Team Larry. Okay, Larry, give me another answer. That is correct. All right, save. Go ahead, Eagle, give me another answer. Two answers on the board and 2 X's. Okay, Larry, go ahead.
Failing to provide an adequate bill plan?
That's your 3rd X. Sorry, Larry. 1 answer on the board. Sherry and your team can steal. That is correct. Yay, Team Sherry wins $500. All right, Team Sherry, you have control of the board. Yeah, Sherry's got her honorarium. She's gone. Okay, next question, Team Sherry. What is something an accused should be granted bail for? All right, if you're John for Team Sherry, you have an answer to the question. All right, we're going to swap out Jen Vila for Bobby Inglis. Go ahead, Bobby, what's your answer? The question is, what is something an accused should be granted bail for? General public said no. Anyone from Team Sherry have a guess? Our at-home players are not playing. Go ahead, Sherry. I'm sorry, but our at-home What is something an accused should be granted bail for, according to 100 members of the general public? Not people who know law, not police officers, not lawyers, people in the general public. Nah, wrong. All right, Sherry.
How about
Yeah, well, there's that too. No offense to any lawyers. All right, Sherry, do you have a guess? Try and steal the 500? The question is, what is something an accused should be granted bail for? No, that's incorrect. One more time. Don't let the money go. All right, Larry, give her a guess. You're a member of the general public and you're reading one of these Facebook sites. Or give her a what to do words to what would the general public say they should get bail? That is correct. Larry wins the $500. Okay. Are you ready, Larry? Team Larry, are you ready? All right. Question number 3. What would the general public say to this? What is glad news? What would the general public say? That is the number 1 answer, Larry. You are correct. The general public has no idea what glad news is. Nope, not yet. Yeah. All right. Eagles, do you have a guess on what the general public would say glad news is? All right, Krista, Team Krista over there, what do you are on Larry's team? Yeah. We surveyed 100 members of the general public via Survey Monkey earlier this week. And what do you think the general public with no knowledge of the law or bail would say glad news is? That is not our all right, Larry, Team Larry has 1 X. Do you have another guess? Oh, no, go ahead, Larry. We need another guess from you. Life story. That is not an answer the general public gave. That is a correct answer. But the general public did not say that. Eagle, do you have a guess? Team Larry. Yeah. Eagle, do you have a guess? Come on, Eagle. condition of bail. What would the general public say is one condition of bail? This one's pretty easy. I know, it's tough. When you're asking a lawyer what the general public thinks. The question is, what is one condition of bail? What does the general public think one condition of bail is? Oh, she's Team Sherry. Okay, Christina has an answer. What is her answer? Follow conditions was not an answer. Go ahead. No, that's only one X. Team Sherry has 2 more tries. Go ahead, Sherry.
Sorry, say it again.
What is one condition of bail?
To not get into trouble or committing offenses.
That is correct. No committing crimes. All right. Looking for another answer, Team Sherry.
Is anybody saying anything?
Okay. All right, Paula. Paula says to stay in the residence, so we cannot leave town, province, or country, so I'm going to give that to Paula and Team Sherry. Is there another member of Team Sherry who wants to answer? Got 1 strike on the board, and we're looking for 3 more answers. Oh, Sherry, do you have another answer?
The other team saying, keep the peace and be good behavior.
That is not on there. Sorry.
Oh, they're trying to take us down. They're trying to take us down.
I wouldn't listen to them. They're untrustworthy. You can't trust them. I would never trust a redhead ever.
It's more like a red face.
A red face, yeah. Red beard. He's a pirate. What's that? That's correct. William's saying that is usually one of the first conditions you're put on, but the general public did not say that. What's that? I can't see it. What is it? Okay, and Paula guessed no weapons, and that is the 3rd strike for Team Sherry. The general public did not say that. Larry for the steal. Team Larry.
You got to listen to your mama.
Oh, no, nothing about your mama.
What?
All right, 1 more try, Sherry.
Did somebody say no weapons already? Okay. I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't know. Reside at somewhere. To live somewhere.
That your team already said that.
Oh. Deposit some money.
No. Larry, I heard, Team Larry over there in the corner has a guess. Go ahead. Curfew. That is correct. Curfew was the number 2 answer. All right. It's a tie game. All right. We're going to do the bonus round. I'm looking for just the number 1 answer from Sherry and Larry. So, William, can we get a coin flip to see which one gets to guess first? It is 1 question, 1 answer to break the tie. Okay, Sherry guessed heads. Heads. All right, Team Sherry, are you ready?
No.
Okay. Remember, just a reminder, we sent out 100 surveys to 100 members of the general public with no knowledge of law or the justice system. And the question was, are you considered guilty at the bail phase? What does the general public think? Are you considered guilty?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The general public said no. Team Larry wins. Yay. How much money you got there, Mr. Larry?
I don't know. Big wad of money.
How much you got?
I don't know. I think I got enough to buy a car.
Woohoo! Or a trailer. All right, and how much do you have, Team Sherry? All right, Team Larry wins the grand prize. If you're on Larry's team, I have prizes for you. Larry?
Yep. Can you see?
It's not a car, I'm sorry, but Arthur didn't approve the car that I asked for. He said Alicia said no.
Are you sure this is for me? Looks like women's underwear in here.
Well, I mean, you do what you want with that, Larry. You do what you want with that. All right, Eagle. Okay, and the ladies on Sherry's team that participated, we will send you something in the mail. And Sherry, I'm sorry, it's not as big of a prize, but thank you for participating. All right, I'm handing it back to Kelly.
All righty. Congratulations to the winners. Awesome. So, moving right along, anyway, we're supposed to have a presentation today from the OPP, but they did not get back to me in time. That's okay. What's that? Oh yes, they'd be here, no problem. I should tell them you're here. Okay, so that was the Bale Family Feud style game. Just to kind of show people how things are for us at the in the court system. When you first jump in, when you first start learning, you hear all kinds of new phrases, you don't know what they mean. And you slowly start to learn things along the way. We will help anybody in the bail program except for people who've got like crimes or allegations against children, because then we're working with the wrong type of people. We need to be protecting our children. So, we're supposed to, yeah, like way, okay, I'm gonna talk real slow. That's not gonna help at all. Geez, I wish I had something to say. Does our elder have any comments at this time? No? Our elder's helper, Bobby, have any questions or anybody online? Oh, her worship says if she could come on now if you guys are able to set her up. That's awesome, your worship. That would be great. Patricia Clydesdale Cornell. Her worship works out of the Fort Francis office. I've learned a lot when I was sitting in her courtroom, and works with Larry and Emily. And I will let her, once you guys have her on screen, we'll let her worship take it over.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you so much to Kelly for the invitation to speak at this conference today. I don't get very many opportunities to speak, so to speak. So I'm just going to turn my speaker on mute so that I don't get it back there. So here we go. Okay, I hope you can still hear me. Just put your thumb up if you can. Okay.
Sound, guys? We're good?
So I thought I'd talk a little bit about how a Justice of Peace thinks, I guess me specifically, when it comes to bail. I can't say that we all think the same, but for those of you that don't know me, I am the resident Justice of Peace in the Rainy River District. I'm also the local administrative Justice of Peace for the Rainy River Kenora districts. I was appointed in 1995, so I've been doing this for quite a long time. Prior to that, I was doing community development in both the Rainy River and Kenora districts. My children went to Crossroads School in Dublin, Ontario, where the Kaakewaaseya First Nation kids went. So they were at that school. It was about a third Indigenous. My children took both Ojibwe and French. They were on the Quest for Knowledge teams, and that's probably where I learned anything about Indigenous culture, was through my kids. I also worked with Laura and Delbert Horton in 1995 to write the strategic plan for Seven Generations Education Authority, and which has been implemented, which is lovely, and learned a lot with my visits to the different communities in the Rainy River District, both meeting with elders, meeting with the leadership, and meeting with the community members. So when we get to bail, there's quite a dichotomy when it comes to bail. Essentially, bail is an assessment of risk. That's the bottom line. And it really has a lot of conflicting pieces. So we have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that says that it's assumed that people will not be in custody prior to a conviction. Then we have Section 515 of the Criminal Code that spells out all these other rules that go with bail. We have things that conflict with each other, crown onus versus reverse onus. And then, of course, we have the three basic grounds under bail. So when I was appointed, let me talk about what crown and reverse onus is. So crown onus is that it's assumed that you will not be detained in custody unless the Crown shows otherwise. And the reverse onus is that it's assumed that you will be detained in custody unless you and your counsel show otherwise. Now, when I was appointed in 1995, there were only 3 triggers for reverse onus. One is if you committed or alleged to have committed an indictable offense while previously released on indictable offense charges. That was one trigger. Another trigger is if there were breaches to a previous release order. And the other trigger was if you committed offense under Section 4 or 5 of the Narcotic Control Act, which is now called the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. And so there were only 3 triggers. So I would say about 60 or 70% of the bail hearings in 95, the Crown had to show why you should be detained. So I went through the criminal code for now in 2023, and we still have those 3 triggers. But then they've added on, if you've been charged with criminal organization charges, terrorism charges, weapons trafficking charges, using a firearm when committing the following offenses: bodily harm, causing danger to a person, sexual assault, kidnapping, trafficking a person, hostage taking, abduction, robbery, extortion, any indictable offense using a weapon while under a prohibition order for weapons, intimate partner violence, and if you commit an indictable offense and are not a resident of Canada. So right now in bail, because of all these reverse onus triggers, I would say that 90% of the bail hearings that I do, or any justice peace in the province of Ontario, are reverse onus, where the assumption is that you stay in jail unless you show why you should be released. Now, I heard Larry earlier talk about one of the grounds anyway, but there are 3 grounds that we make our decision on. Primary grounds is that your detention is necessary to ensure a person will attend court. The secondary grounds is that your detention is necessary to ensure a person won't reoffend, or for the protection and safety of the public, or if detention is necessary to ensure that the person won't interfere with the administration of justice. And the third ground, of course, is detention is necessary to ensure that the public remains confident in the justice system. So when we go into a bail court, we have to keep all of these pieces in our mind. Now, I heard earlier in the game somebody talk about Gladue. I think it was, what does the public know about Gladue? Well, sometimes I wonder, what does the court know about Gladue? And Gladue is an old case. It came out when I was first appointed. And that's where the Supreme Court of Canada tried to correct the balance for Indigenous people in the court system. They could see that that was a problem. And I'll be honest, it was essentially ignored by the courts. It was one of the few Supreme Court of Canada decisions that's been ignored by the courts, and probably for over 20 years. And it's finally now making itself heard. And I think that what Gladue, in a nutshell, tried to do was bring to the fore into our consciousness. It took a long time, 20 years to do it. Try to make us turn our minds around the effects of intergenerational trauma and colonialism. And I'm very sorry to say, having been part of the system since 1995, I have to admit it was ignored by the courts up until just the last few years. And isn't that a sad commentary on the courts? Now, the current government, or I don't know if it's current government, but just recently, we had an amendment in the criminal code because, of course, Gladue didn't hit us between the eyes and get us thinking. So they wrote in a new section of the criminal code, section 493.2, which tells us that we must take into account the situation for Aboriginal, accused, and vulnerable populations. So what I do when making a bail decision, I consider a multitude of things, and it's hard with all these conflicting directions, and that's why we have so many vulnerable people in jail. So the first thing I start with when I am thinking about whether I'm going to release or not, is I start with the assumption that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, I start with that assumption that people should not be detained. And then I move on to looking at the onus, whether it's a Crown onus or reverse onus, and then I move into the grounds that I have to take into account. And remember, those grounds don't mean guilt or innocence. Bail is only an assessment of risk. It's not a decision about whether they're innocent or guilty. And then I have to take into account the Supreme Court decisions and section 493.2 of the Criminal Code. I would also like to comment is that in the last few years since COVID, we have a new bail protocol, which, if you remember the old days, the Crown used to stand up and used to read in the facts as in some cases, cherry pick the facts, and we have to make our decision based on that. Now the protocol says we get a copy, the presiding justice gets a copy of the Crown synopsis, the criminal record, anything that the Crown wants us to take into account. And that is important. That's a very important development, because I can see, just by looking at those synopses, how strong a case that Crown has for it to get a conviction. And I think that that is a very important piece that's happened in the last couple of years. And the reason I say that is, and this is a quote from Justice Gibson, Regional Senior Judge for the Northwest Region. And his comment to me is that the Crown's case is the strongest at the bail stage. And so when I'm reading those synopses, I can have a pretty educated guess about whether this is going to be going to a withdrawal, trial, or a plea, just by reading how strong the Crown's case is. And I think it's important to remember that and the police and the Crown will probably be talking about that later on, but the police lay charges on reasonable grounds to believe, but convictions are based on belief beyond a reasonable doubt that the person did it. And so there's a long ways in between those. But I do think that having the synopsis in front of us has really helped the Justice Peace Bench to do an assessment on the strength of the Crown's case. And that does go to the risk of releasing somebody. Now, I do want to talk about some of the hard truths that no one really wants to talk about. And it will maybe give you insight into how I do an analysis when I'm at the bail stage. So the first hard truth, and I just wrote these down today, and I was doing bail court this morning, so it's fresh in my mind. So the hard truth number one is someone may have a long criminal record with lots of breach convictions on it. But if they are prior to 2015, they will often, I'm not saying always, but often arise because someone pled guilty just to get out of jail after a bail detention. And nobody ever talks about this, but the reality is that if you are a Justice of Peace with any experience in understanding what went on prior to us taking a look at Gladue and what went on previously in bail courts, I do take that into account in my head. I don't articulate it, but if I see somebody that has, let's say, 25 previous convictions, and most of them are prior to 2015, I can probably guess that about a third of them are convictions because somebody pled guilty as part of a plea deal just to get out of jail. So I think that's a hard truth. We don't talk about it. It's just something that's there. Second hard truth. The do not drink conditions were common in bail releases prior to 3 to 5 years ago. And this is not surprising because remember, bail conditions need to address the cause of the offense to stop it from happening again. And if alcohol was involved, do not drink conditions on bails were automatic. There was no consideration given about whether the person was an alcoholic and could never comply. And of course, those do not drink conditions that were often seen on bails led to a multiple breach convictions that were very minor in nature. And I do take that into account in my head, even though the convictions on the criminal record don't specifically say what the breach was. If alcohol is involved again, I can almost guess or guarantee that alcohol has been involved in many of the previous convictions. So I do take that into consideration. The third hard truth that needs to be taken into account is that First Nation or Indigenous communities are small. And we often have, especially if there's an intimate partner violence, we often have do not attend conditions and do not attend at Coochie First Nation, let's just say. And that those conditions, those do not attends, were often made in bail releases, even though the defendant's family and support system were in that community. And even though they might have been a member of that community, or they had no other housing except in that community. And the question is that, and the practice in the courts, which you can put a name on it, I'm not going to say, but I'm sure it will be in your head. My question is why do we do this with Indigenous defendants? We don't do that with people who live in small communities such as Emo or Ignace. And I think that has happened regularly in bail courts, which is unfortunate. And so then when people go back to their home to visit their family or to get that support or at least get some housing, if they have that condition and it hasn't been changed, then they're charged with a breach. And it's my belief that this condition is punishment beyond reason if the offense is somewhat minor. But it was traditional, a regular occurrence that they were put on bail conditions. And of course, that goes back to my first hard truth about all the convictions. Another hard truth in bail court is non-communication orders often make no allowance for visitation of children. Or they'll put something like, the exception is when a family court order is made after today's date. Well, the reality is that family court orders sometimes take years, and often Indigenous families don't get into the family court system. They just don't. It's not a natural fit for them. And so a non-communication order without an allowance to connect with children just creates more family breakdown and repeats the cycle of trauma and colonialism. And that's a hard truth. And nobody wants to talk about these, but I thought that your conference was a good time to flag them. In bail court, there's no real way to incorporate traditional teachings and healing opportunities at this point. Now, I was at the opening of the Justice Center in Kenora on Monday, and hopefully that will change. That opening will set us on a different direction when it comes to justice and Indigenous people. The next hard truth I want to talk about is primary ground issues. Fail to attend court. And if you fail to attend court, you either get a new charge, or you get a breach, or whatever. The reality is how does a homeless person without a telephone or even a calendar attend court? How does somebody who is homeless or mentally ill or have addictions, how do they even know when court arrives? And that's why it's important to have support systems around people. And my final hard truth, and I didn't take the time this morning to look up the numbers. They're kind of in my head. I'm not going to argue because I think they're probably 5% difference either way, but I think we need to articulate this. 70% of the people in our jails in Ontario are there as part of a predisposition custody. So 70% of the people in Ontario jails are there at the bail stage. And that's not what the Charter of Rights and Freedoms says. I would estimate that 80% of these people either have mental health or addictions issues. And I would estimate that 75% of them are victims themselves. Could be higher. And even though the crime rate in Canada has steadily decreased since the 1980s, with a bit of a blip in the early 2000s, 2020, I should say. Our incarceration rates in this province have increased. And how can that be? And I suspect the changes in the reverse onus provisions in the criminal code and our lack of risk tolerance is to blame. So this is where we come to the bail verification and supervision programs across the province. Whoever runs them. They are very, 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 very important. When I started, we often didn't even, that's the 95, we often didn't even have duty counsel in bail court. Just the Crown and I trying to be fair with these releases. bail verification and supervision programs are a way to balance the scales in favor of the defendant at the bail stage of a matter. These programs provide support and programming for defendants, including a doorway to traditional healing opportunities. These bail supervision and verification programs are important to help not just myself, but other stakeholders in the system as we navigate the conflicting waters around bail. These programs are definitely a way to reduce the risk to the community. And that's really, in the end, what we want when it comes to bail. And so I just really want to stress how important these programs are to everyone. Not just me, but important to all the stakeholders in the system. And that was all I had for my comments. I was supposed to not go over 15 minutes. But if you have, I don't know what Kelly has planned, but if you have any questions, now's the time to ask them, because you might not get another just a piece in front of you. And I'm pretty blunt.
Any questions from anybody? Any questions online?
There was one, but I don't think it's what fits.
All right. It says, do you find that people who have sureties need assistance and support as well? If so, do you try and assist the surety?
Okay, I don't do that. But the surety could use a lot of support, but I don't know how you would do that. Usually in bail, it's either the surety or the bail supervision program. But it would be great if the surety could call somebody and get some help.
Hello, my name is Bobby Bingwas, and I'm the bail supervision worker at Lac-Sioux. And there's a lot of incidents, I guess, when it comes to at the bail stage, where the Crown decides, or who decides if that person cannot return to the community? Is that the Crown, or is it the Crown asks the First Nations?
Okay, it can be a lot of different things. The Crown is, I think you should talk to Rebecca Senior, perhaps, when she speaks, but the reality is that the Crown usually will make that comment, and Jury Council will sometimes agree just to get a consent release. But usually that not return to the community is proposed by the Crown, either in consultation with community or they just decide to do it. And so then what happens is Jury Council will often talk a person into agreeing, so it's not a contested hearing.
Okay, I have another part two of that question.
Yeah.
Lac-Sioux, or myself, the restorative justice, and I'm working in Lac-Sioux, right? We had approached Chief and Counsel, and we want to start up a justice committee. And this will partake in restorative justice, maybe even get into bail releases, or, with clients being incarcerated.
Yeah.
We want to be there. We want to decide as a community whether this person should be taken out of the community. Because when you take them out of the community, that puts stresses on the family that he leaves behind, or his children, or whatever. And it causes a lot of more problems in the reserve. A lot of times child welfare gets involved next, and they lose their children, and the cycle just continues. That's what I noticed. So I just wanted to see if Justice Committee can partake in those situations. That's my question.
We have a couple of communities that are doing, that are already have justice committees in the community, and they've been working strongly with the Crowns to put together those committees and work together with them so that the Crown has all the information. So that will be a key piece, working with the Crown. But if you want to follow up with me, I can maybe hook you in with a couple of people that have some experience in that. I think it would be lovely, absolutely lovely and wonderful to have input from the community. Because at the end of the day, the people that live in the community know best how to deal with the people from that community. I think you're getting close to your break time.
Any other questions or comments for Her Worship?
So always remember, I'm just an email or a phone call away. So if you ever want to ask me anything, just send me a note and we can talk about it.
Miigwetch. That's awesome. Miigwetch, Your Worship.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Woo-woo. All right. So according to the colonial clock, we are on a health break now. So everybody, break your health. Check out the photo booth, everybody. Get some cool memories for the day. All right. So we have Marie's getting set up over here while you're all enjoying your smoke break and having your water. And we will start up again at 2:30. Bonjour, Ani. We are ready to start our presentation by Treaty 3 Police. Miss Mary Lavalle is here to present to us, and I will not take up any more of her valuable time.
Ani. My name is Marie Lavalle, and I'm from the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan, which is in the Ottawa Valley. I've been in the Treaty 3 area since 2006. My husband is from Grassy Narrows. That's why we came up this way. So I've been working with Treaty 3 Police for the last year and a bit. Today I'm going to be talking to you about intimate partner violence, the MMIWG, Two-Spirited, and human trafficking awareness. So my program is the Managouin Project, and the Managouin Project does going into schools, into the community, talking to young kids from the ages of 12 and up, and young women about what human trafficking is, what is intimate partner violence, and also what is MMIWG. Now, we also educate around the younger kids, because we're finding that in the schools, when they have people come in and talk about these topics, they tend to feel fear, isolation, and no hope for the future. And so we make sure that when we're doing this work, we're always empowering the kids to make sure that they have some sense of hope and empowerment for the future. So I was actually supposed to be coming with a detective and my coworker. Unfortunately, both had ended up getting sick, so I'm here by myself. So this program is written for Treaty 3 officers and how they do their work. So this is their presentation. I know it, but so defining intimate partner violence it's a pattern of behavior. It's a pattern of behavior that starts and continues until the person that is wanting to be, the person that's being the abuser will actually start to see a pattern in how they can manipulate a person. So it goes on fear and intimidation, and usually has a threat of violence with it. So domestic violence, the purpose is to intimidate, physically assault, sexual assaults, or abuse of behavior to that person. Now, domestic violence also is physical, mental, sometimes causing death depending on circumstances, and the impacts can go from generation to generation and can last a lifetime. And it can affect anybody. It not necessarily is just for, a lot of people think it's just towards female, but it's also towards men. So there's a cycle of violence that happens. The cycle of violence starts in the honeymoon phase, as you see up here. That is the beginning of the relationship, beginning of the situation, where everything is going perfect and everything is going fabulous. They're all in the lovey-dovey stage. Then there's a tension building. There's a tension building because there's a conflict that happens, and the abuser is wanting to manipulate and control the situation. So they're creating a problem. They're creating a situation that will then turn into an escalated explosion. So it is all about power and control, and the way that they do this is they're controlling the situation, they're controlling the person that they're with. So now a lot of people ask, why doesn't a person just leave? The problem is that the person that is being abused, psychological abuse is 90% of abuse. It's something that you can't see, but that person feels that. They feel like they're being controlled, they feel like they're being manipulated, but they can't leave because there's a constant threat of, I will take the kids away, or you'll never see the kids, you won't have a house, you won't have any kind of stability. So it goes on and on until that manipulation is to the point where that person just can't leave at all. So we have in the communities the likelihood that an Indigenous woman is twice or 2 times the amount of a non-Indigenous woman to be hit. It is also the highest rate of abuse that happens because it's underreported sometimes. Now, in the communities, it is 10 times higher than other areas for non-Indigenous for intimate partner violence to happen. So it is 6 out of 10 of Indigenous women report domestic violence at some point in their life, compared to 4 to 10% of Indigenous women, or non-Indigenous women. They're the second highest to have sexual violence happened as well. 62% of the cases where Indigenous women were victims of homicide were from intimate partner violence. So when they are doing a criminal investigation in domestic violence, they want to make sure, the officers make sure that the person is safe. The officer's safety is critical as well. If there's a reasonable grounds for any charges for the investigator to pursue. They look at their best practices for victim investigations on their patients, the support, connecting to the resources. That operational policy, we have that because there's a certain best practice that they have to follow. So there's the domestic violence risk management tool that they use, as well as the psycho-domestic violence tool that they use, and being aware of biases awareness. I'm just going to skip over this one. That was the officer that was supposed to talk about that. So there's a connection between domestic violence and the MMIW G2 spirit, because they kind of go hand in hand. So you get the same cycle of abuse that happens within the domestic violence also happens when women go missing. So 4 out of 5 Indigenous women experience some form of violence. So it may not only be physical, sexual, psychological, financial, there's other things that all contribute to this as well. So the murder rates for Indigenous women are 10 times higher at the national average. Homicide is the 3rd leading cause of death among Indigenous girls and women between the ages of 10 to 24. And the 5th leading cause of Indigenous women from the ages of 25 to 34. So from 2001 to 2015, Indigenous women are 6 times more likely to be victims of homicide than non-Indigenous women. So the Robert Picton, there was 49 homicides against women. He was only convicted of a few that he admitted to, or the only ones that they could actually find the DNA for. So there is 231 recommendations that have been made for the call of action and justice. So as a police service, we have specific things that we make sure that we do. And so when we go into the community, not only for officers, but as program workers as well, we make sure that we're following those guidelines that were recommended. And for that is to make sure that when we go in, we talk to the women and the girls to see how they want things to be progressed. Sometimes it's too heavy, and so we kind of ease back and we go back into certain training modules with them, but to get the same point across, giving the same education to them. So for definition of a missing person, so it's not a person it has to be a person that you are missing. There's no age, or not an age, but there's no time limit to report a person missing. It could be that your sister hasn't been answering her phone, you're wondering where she is, you call a couple of friends, they don't know, they haven't spoken to her, you can report that. It's not a 24-hour or a 48-hour time limit that you have. You can just call and say, listen, I don't know where they are. So when you are doing a report of a missing person to the police, give as much information as you possibly can. Where they hang out, who they are with, is there any medical, is there any situations that you're fearful of, or people that they're hanging around with, you can identify and give that information as well. If you fear for their safety. So the police will do a investigation. They'll go out and see if this person is in the locations that you provide. If they're not able to, then they consider that a missing person as well, and then they will start posting that. So there is an act. So for a missing person investigation, officers will conduct their own by contacting school records, they will contact medical records, they will see if they are at a group home and contacting individuals there just to make sure that they know where this person is and how vulnerable they are. But also, they will contact organizations that they frequent. So if they went to the Friendship Center, if they have a counselor, if they have somebody that they speak to, just to find out a profile of the person. Sometimes when an order is put through, if they're having to go through the court system, documents can be shredded, things are gone missing. We just want to make sure that when we are getting the information, the family is providing as much information as possible for them. So in the police service, for the Treaty 3 Police Service, they have a vulnerable persons registry, which they've done, and any officer can do this with a person. This is just to make sure that it's a volunteer basis, or if they feel that a person is vulnerable, they will approach that person and ask them if they want to be on the registry. This is just to get the information from them directly about their name, where they, who their family are, where they associate, is there any medical things like that. So it's an information collection, and they put it within their database so that they're giving, if something ever happens to that person, then they can retrieve that information and look for the person immediately. So I talk fast. Is there any questions? Yes.
Hello. The question about the vulnerable person registry.
Yes.
Can a parent have their adult child sort of be registered without the adult child's knowledge? Or, because I was just thinking of some clients that I have, some of them are very paranoid about the police collecting their information, but they may be in very unsafe or unhealthy situations where they might not be communicating with their parents either. So I was curious about that. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Honestly, I would still do it. I'm not a police officer. I can't really answer how the registry is, but I know I've encouraged women or families to, if their child is in compromised situations, If they're using and you're worried about them, then you collect that information and you provide that to the officer. They can take that information down, and if they put it into the registry, it will, at least they have a note of it. They have a note of the information so that if something ever does happen, then they already have a step ahead. Nothing? Okay. So one of the things that my program does is I talk about human trafficking. So human trafficking, the United Nations in 2000 ended up defining what human trafficking was and is, because around the world, it's considered modern day slavery. So it's the exploitation of a person by force, fraud, or coercion. So human trafficking, when the United Nations ended up defining it, it's defined by 3 acts. So the action, the means, and the purpose. So the action is they're recruiting, they're transporting, they're providing, obtaining, and accepting individuals. The means is they are forcefully doing it, they're fraudulently doing it, or they're coercing a person to going into trafficking. The purpose is criminal sexual acts and labor services. So it is the recruitment, transportation, transfer, and harboring or receipt of a person by improper means, such as force, abduction, fraud, coercion, and an improper purpose of including forced labor and sexual exploitation. So victims of human trafficking are being targeted at the age of 13 and up. Over 50% of human trafficking in Canada 90% of trafficking in Canada is domestic. Over 50% of that is Indigenous girls and women. It's why we educate around what human trafficking is, especially at the younger age, because there's so many things that are happening now, and it is such a hidden crime that we have to be aware, and individuals, families, I educate parents, grandparents, service providers, as well as caregivers around what human trafficking is, because sometimes they're just not aware of even what the term human trafficking is. So more than 70% of human trafficking survivors are under the age of 25. So when a person that is being trafficked, there is a whole entire psychological component to it. There's a fear for their family because the trafficker is intimidating and forcing them to do things, but also may have videos of them or pictures of them doing certain acts. So they're always in fear that their family is going to find out, or they fear for their own lives because of being threatened continuously. Sometimes victims aren't even aware that they're being trafficked because they think that they're in a relationship with the person. They think that they're in an intimate relationship and the person loves them, and that they're only doing these different things to provide for themselves. So they're bringing in the money. So when a person is trafficked, they are isolated and controlled in a certain way, that they're being told that you have to fear the police, you have to fear your family, nobody's ever going to understand what's going on. So they're isolating that person to make sure that they don't disclose what's happening. Most of them are unaware of their rights. They feel threatened. Traffickers threaten to report the victims of their past or current activities. Often marginalized individuals, especially youth in care, refugees, and disenfranchised persons, they have their documents taken away, their IDs, so they have no control over who they are anymore. So in Canada, there has been reported 2,977 incidents of human trafficking between the year 2010-2020, and approximately 1.4 incidents in 100,000 people. So in the last 5 years, Northwestern Ontario has had 2 confirmed cases of human trafficking. So we've had 2 cases that have gone forward. There's one that had gone forward in last year, in 2022. Incomparable, because we have, for Treaty 3, the Treaty 3 Police services 23 communities, and in those communities, it's 20,000 people. So if you do the comparable between Canada and the number that we have, we are equivalent to Toronto or Ottawa. And for human trafficking cases in Ontario, Ontario is the second highest. So 91% of the victims know their traffickers. 96% of the victims are women and girls. 86% of trafficking occurs within municipality areas, but it also happens in communities. And we're seeing being reported and being told that it's happening more and more without really identifying what human trafficking is. So when their kids are talking to us, we listen to them, and they're talking about things that happen to them or to their relatives, which are similar to trafficking. So 46% of human trafficking offenses occurred by other violations are coming, it's within the sex trade. So 60% of accused of human trafficking offenses have a co-accused. So they work in pairs. They have an individual that may approach the child or approach a person and become their best friend and act like they're their new best friend. Everything is great. They go out with them. They do certain things. But there's another person that is controlling that person, and that person that they're controlling is called a Bella. In terms that they use for human trafficking, a Bella is the one that has been trafficked and knows the ropes and can traffic other girls. So 52% of human trafficking incidents have no accused person identified. Because when they are being trafficked, they don't know the trafficker's actual name. They don't know who they are. They know maybe the Bella, but the name that they give them is not the same. So usually it's that back person that they don't know who is doing this and controlling the situations. So 81% of accused parties are men and boys, and the majority age between 18 to 24 years old. 75% of human trafficking occurs have previously indicated of criminal activities. So they've already had different things, and they're upping their game. Human trafficking cases are nearly twice as long to complete compared to other criminal investigations. Because human trafficking is so hard to identify, it is very difficult to get every single thing that's going on. Traffickers can be gang related. They could be family members. They could be somebody in a small organization, like a cluster, that they're just moving around. So it's really hard to identify and get the pattern of behaviors and identity of individuals. Finding a guilt in human trafficking is 12% in comparison to sexual trade charges, which is 33%. And violent charges are 48. So when they look at the charges for an individual that is being trafficked, human trafficking is very low because of all the other incidents included. It is easier to get a violent charge than it would be for the human trafficking. So 80% of human trafficking does not go to court because of the low likelihood of getting a conviction, but it's still investigated and trying to make sure that you're getting the things appropriate. And like I said in the beginning, human trafficking is a hidden crime. A lot of people don't go forward with it because they're being abused and controlled. And it's a lifetime effect sometimes with them. Worldwide, yes?
The question I have is, you know, those the accused, once the police know about them, do the police keep records on those individuals?
They do. And so there's recently been some communication between, so in Canada, or in Ontario, there is 9 human trafficking investigators, and they all have communication with one another. And we do have one here. And so they bridge the gap between, because traffickers flow from area to area. It's called a circuit, and they will start from, so I know there's one that started, or there's one in Windsor, there's one in Hamilton, Ottawa, Toronto, and they go through stops. And so on that circuit, they have Thunder Bay and then Winnipeg. But we're right in the middle of all of this stuff. There's only one highway that goes through here. So, and then it goes out west. So when a trafficker is taking a girl on the circuit, she could be taken from here in Dryden and within a few days could be in BC. And so that information, if it's just localized, there's no way to determine where she went, what happened to her. She's just a missing person at that point. So that's why when we ask for people to give as much information as possible, is they might be hanging around with somebody new. They may be hanging around with somebody that you didn't know. Their language changed, their body changed. They may have scars on them. They may have burn marks. They may be carrying a lot of condoms. Things like this, because all of those things, when you give them to officers, that gives them more of an indication that the person is more vulnerable and could be trafficked. So worldwide, the reason why they call it modern day slavery is because a human body can be used over and over and over again, whereas drugs can only be used once. Guns, you can use them a couple of times, but it's very minimum. But the industry for human trafficking is $150 billion. And so it is something that a person can be used over and over again in larger urban areas. They would usually have a quota. And so a girl that is being trafficked, she has to do so much to make so much money per day. So human trafficking in Northwestern Ontario, it's increased with generational trauma due to effects of residential school, 60 scoops, and systematic racism. There's an overpopulation of marginalized individuals, particularly children in care. Because a person, when you're born, you may have already pre-deceived trauma. So there's trauma in the relationship when you're born. That the way I explain it to kids is we're born in a bubble. And when we're born in a bubble, if we have trauma, our bubble gets smaller. And as we grow, and if we're not healing from our trauma, the bubble keeps on getting smaller and smaller on us. But the more that you know, the more information that you have, the more healing that you can do, your bubble expands again. So when we talk about intergenerational trauma, that's how I talk to kids about trauma, is making sure your bubble is nice and good, making sure that you talk to your family, you tell people what's going on with you. If you feel like you need to talk to a counselor, then one can be appointed to, not appointed, but one can be directed to you. So extreme poverty in some circumstances and communities, there's an increase of human trafficking victimization within the community because of the vulnerability. So Winnipeg and Thunder Bay are hubs in northwestern Ontario, as I had said. They're recruiting grounds for human trafficking, but we are having recruiting grounds in northwestern Ontario as well. And so in some of the communities, kids are more online now, and we've had individuals coming forward talking about their child basically being lured. And so the police investigate. A lot of the families are just frustrated with it. So they're the ones that are stopping traffickers from coming into the communities. But the 12-year-old had just met somebody online who they thought was 12 years old as well. And he said, "Oh, I'll come visit you." And it's not the family that, or not the person that he thought it was, or she thought it was. It was somebody older, and it was a bunch of men. So indicators of human trafficking. So they're unable or unwilling to disclose information, and they'll provide false information. This all stems from the abuse that they're getting, the psychological effects that happen, that they're not wanting to address or give anything personal because they've been threatened. A lot of people, when I do these presentations, will assume that human trafficking is the same as prostitution, which it's not. Because human trafficking is being forced, and they're making them do the acts that they don't want to do. And they're being coerced into doing the things thinking that they're in a relationship. So they usually don't give their address. They can't identify the location or the destination that they're going in when the police pull them over because they don't know. They usually travel with very little amount of clothing or no luggage at all. They often do not have any identification, and they usually have a lot of absenteeism, changes in their personality and attitude, and they have new material. And so it could be that they have a new iPhone, or they have clothes that are beyond their means. So it's not just a pair of jeans that they borrowed off of their friend, it's a pair of Gucci jeans or a highly priced item. So in northwestern Ontario, we have Canada has the human trafficking hotline. And so the hotline can be given to anybody. We give it to the kids, we give it to whomever, or even a person that is even just inquiring what human trafficking is. They will assist with you to get that information. The hotline also has a means to try to get the person to a safer place by providing different resources for them. The Kenora Sexual Assault Center as well. They have, sorry. So they have resources that they can give for individuals, even counseling services. The Kenora, or KCA, they have a human trafficking awareness person that also goes into the communities and does the same that I do. Tribal Health in Fort Frances they have a human trafficking coordinator there. And Onwa, they have human trafficking also. And you guys, the Grand Council has human trafficking, or MMIW. So we've referred to everybody. So as I was saying before, the distinction between trafficking and prostitution is human trafficking is not something that is willingly done. Prostitution, you have to be over the age of 18. Usually it's consented that they're doing what they want to do. Okay. So when we talk about grooming with kids, we talk about, it's a process that the person uses to control the other person for the purpose of trafficking. So a trafficker will identify a person's vulnerabilities. They will gain their trust. They will fill the needs that they notice that the person has in their vulnerability. They will start to isolate them, and then they start abusing them, and then they start controlling them. So 12 to 25, that's the age group that is usually targeted the most. And those are usually females for sexual exploitation, and those are usually within the organized crime in Canada. The daily average that a person makes in human trafficking is $900 per person. On a weekly average, $5,400 and up and up. So it is a very profitable for the trafficker. So they have, as I was mentioning before, so there's 26 police agencies in Ontario, which includes Treaty 3, Six Nations, I can't even say the other ones now. So they're all provincially funded from the government of Ontario. So there's 9 investigators, members of the investigation or intelligence-led joint force strategy to combat human trafficking. And so that is from Northwestern region, so Sudbury to Kenora. That's 9 investigators to make sure that they are getting the information shared between one another. So these are other things that we provide or hand out as resources. So again, the hotline for human trafficking, especially in the communities, if somebody doesn't speak English very well and they speak Ojibwe or Cree or Ochi-Cree, we direct them to the Talk for Health for Healing. They have a human trafficking information as well. And the national, so when we talk to individuals in the communities and they come forward giving information, the one thing that they were noticing is that they're not wanting to talk to organizations that their family may be associated with or may be working with. And so we also give the national lines as well. So the person that I normally work with is Jody Smith, and she is our our Spirit of Hope project coordinator. And she's in Fort Frances, but she works in the 23 communities as well. And so her number is listed on here as 807-407-8719. And so she is our direct worker with individuals that have been trafficked or have questions or family members. And our human trafficking investigator is Jeff McCord, and he's at the 800 number. Miigwetch. Is there any questions?
Any questions, comments online? Bobby, I know you want to say something. Oh, sorry. Forgot about you over here, Miss Penner. I know it's going to be thoughtful.
What kind of supports would somebody expect locally if they're trying to leave a human trafficking situation? There was a case a while ago where her lawyer said she would have to go to Sault Ste. Marie because there was nothing locally for her. So I don't know what could she expect, or he.
If they call the 800 number for the crisis line, they have a network of places and locations of where they can go, where they're not being found. They are protected in certain areas. I only know this because I was part of when they started it, and I can't tell where they are. So, but we do have them in the region. Okay. Like safe houses, yes.
Any comments online, Winnie? Questions? Anybody else? No? We're good? All right.
I know the topic is yours really heavy. And I always make everybody real sad after.
Last year there was a lady from Thunder Bay that did presentation like this, and she was trafficked. She works at Thunder Bay. I think she does work with trafficked women, eh?
Yeah.
That's kind of amazing. It was like intimate partner that was trafficking her, eh? It's really amazing.
We actually have a number of individuals within the Treaty 3 area that have been trafficked before and do guest speaking for us. It all depends on where they are on their healing, and it depends on the magnitude of where they're wanting to speak. So. Anybody else? Miigwetch.
Miigwetch Marie, a gift for you for presenting for us today. Miigwetch. We do have the OPP Dryden online. Are you there, fellers, ladies? I was just looking from the OPP if you wanted to give just a brief presentation on the types of arrests that happen. What is an undertaking versus a promise to appear, and what is a release with conditions, and why do people get arrested? If somebody from the OPP would, we can get you up online on the Zoom link here. If not, that's okay. We can wrap things up, but we did say 15 minutes for you, so we'd love for you to present today. Okay, his mic's not working. Gosh. Well, we'll wait down here. Come on down to the Best Western. Put those lights and sirens on and you'll be here in 2 minutes.
Do you want to do like questions and I can type them out? They can type it.
Would you like to maybe, we will have to rebook. We just received a call. My apologies. No problemo. You OPP officers have a very important job to do. We won't keep you from that. Well, that was day one of our Kaakewaaseya Justice Gathering for the Indigenous Veil of Verification Supervision Program. Try answering the phone and say that 5 times fast. I've done it. It just doesn't work. All right, so, and to wind up our day's events, we're going to have our elder have just to send us off on a good note for the rest of the day. Our apologies to the OPP for not getting you in on time, but we understand. And Miigwetch to everybody for tuning in and for participating. We'll be here again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Come on down, check it out. We're going to have a Jeopardy game in the afternoon. We've got presenters in the morning from the Dryden Regional Health Center. We've got the Northwestern Health Unit, and we've got Ian Ritchie coming from Legal Aid. And then William will be speaking again, and then we'll have lunch. And then we have a Jeopardy game, and in the afternoon we'll have Rebecca Seener from the Ministry of the Attorney General to talk to us about the new Justice Center in Kenora. And then we're going to have a little panel with Ian Ritchie and Eagle White. And I was going to have another member who's in the bail program come on board, but he's going through a loss right now, so we're just going to respect him and his privacy at the moment and just let him deal with what he's dealing with. And then we're going to have our final health break, and then we'll have our final remarks and our door prize and our closing with the drum tomorrow afternoon. But for right now, we'll just have Elder Tom Jizzle send us off in a good way.
Bonjour. I enjoyed the day myself personally, learning some of the things, the presentations, and really it makes me feel good to to learn some of these things. So when we hear some of the things that we hear, kind of it triggers us, sometimes, and I think we need to take care of ourselves in a good way, relax, try and spend time with your family in a good way, and we also in other times where I've done some heavy duty work, we tell people to change your clothes. When you get home, change clothes. Take off the clothes, because your body gives off energy, and then it stays in your clothes, And so when you get home, change your clothes and take care that way of yourself, the energies that you have in our body, energy. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm glad that I was here, and I'm glad I met the people here, and I hope we have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Miigwetch.
Oh, Bobby's got something to say. No, he does this to me all the time. Tomorrow you're emceeing. Enough of this jibber-jabber fooling around. You're taking the mic. All right. So remember, tonight here, 6 p.m., William and Logan will be giving their life stories. It's going to be very impactful, and oh yes, and we're going to be having a call-in from Stony Mountain Jail, so people can see what happens when you take the wrong path. I guess is a good way to say it. So with that, he's going to be calling in tonight about 7:30 to speak to the people. So come on out this evening at 6. Bring your friend. Meet somebody on the street. Bring a stranger who isn't a friend yet. Make a friend. Penner, bring no one. Aho, Miigwetch to everybody today. Miigwetch.